Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the stage, please, former International Director of Lions International, Bill Iannaccone.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Bill Iannaccone, a past International Director of Lions Clubs International, and I'll moderate this spectacular event for you. So welcome to the second annual Legacy of Health and Wellness. Thank you for joining us and demonstrating your want to know more about how to take care of yourselves and others. This is pretty interesting to me because I'm a chiropractor. I've been in practice for 50 years. In the 50 years, most of you know that 50 years ago, people dealing in natural health, exercise, diet, programs of natural wellness and natural healthness, we were pretty much poo-pooed. True? And we've had an evolution, and the evolution has been all for the good. We need to do a lot more, though, and when you leave here, hopefully you'll put into practice much of what you hear and much of what you learn over this day. A few housekeeping items need to be taken care of. No pictures except by assigned photographers. No cell phones, so please turn them off immediately. No other electronics. We want you to bring your mind, your body, and your spirits wholeheartedly to this event. And we have a very full day, and we will try to keep on track, even though we're already 15 minutes late. Please feel free to visit our exhibits. Don't feel free to do it. Do it. These people all paid good money to come here and present their products for you, to present new innovations in what's happening out there in the health world. There's in two different spots here, there's a thing called a PediaVision camera. I just returned from a mission, an eyeglass mission to Lima, Peru, and we did 4,800 eye examinations with 10 eye doctors in 4 days. This PediaVision camera will give you an accurate prescription of the eyes within 8 seconds. So we were able to speed up our production to the point where we could do eye exams and distribute glasses on a much faster basis. So get across and look at all of the booths across the hall here and down in room 104. They're in the rooms directly across from the auditorium, the first room down the hall beyond the stairs. Also, you'll have the satisfaction from being, evaluation form. We want your input because we're going to do another one of these in September, and whatever you want to hear, whatever you want to see, whatever you want to know about, if you tell us, we'll make it happen. If you fill out the form and you hand it into the person in the back of the room at the end of the symposium, they'll give you a goodie bag in return for your evaluation. This is an age of discovery when it comes to understanding what we need to balance our minds, our bodies, and our spirits. Now more than ever, we need to be vigilant about what it will take to get us mindful about what we are eating and how we are physically feeling. Our food's been altered in so many ways away from what it was in the 20th century, so staying properly nourished is no easy job. This is complicated by the fact that much like the Microsoft yearly next generation upgrade of software, the people who really care about what we are eating are in constant research about what foods are giving us the most bang for our buck on the nutrition scale, so we must constantly be teachable as the researchers learn more about foods and pass it on to us. A year and a half ago, a very special Lions Club was formed called the Peninsula Special Interest Lions Club. It's made up predominantly of professionals associated with UCSF Medical Center. Lions Clubs International is the largest service organization on the face of the earth, with over 1.4 million members in about 35,000 clubs around the world. We're doing cataract surgeries in developing nations for under $25 a surgery. We've done over 10 million cataract surgeries around the world. We've got a program going to eliminate measles in developing nations with a major grant from many, many sources. There's a lot of interesting things happening out there through Lions. This club is one of the innovators of these special things going on. How do we do this? Today you'll hear how and why you can get on this train of nurturing the mind, the body, and the spirit, and the kind of attitude you will need to make it happen. First, let's thank the Oracle facilities and the audiovisual crew for making this all possible. This center, as I understand it, has been donated to us 100%, so Oracle is big time in natural health care. So. It's now my opportunity and pleasure to introduce past District Governor of Lions District 4C4, which is all of everything from San Francisco almost to San Jose, Esther Lee, who because of her we had the first annual symposium, and right with her are Lions Eleanor and Bill Britter. This year we are fortunate enough to have Carol Middleton on our team, whose support for health and wellness is long and unprecedented. We also have Julia Zen from Zenni Optical, who today will be inducted into Lionism. Julia's contribution of $30,000 of eyeglass certificates for those in need is extraordinary. We have many more introductions for later, so stay tuned. Right now, let me introduce a great woman, Naomi Tickle, who will show you how to look at a face and know what makes that person tick. This will be fun. Naomi, come on up here and let's give her a hand.
I should warn you, faces are not going to look the same again. You'll be in the grocery store, in the post office, or in the bank, and you'll be staring at everybody's faces. Even in today, you've got great practice here. So I came across this system back in, back in the 1980s, and I studied it in the 90s. And it was initially established by Edward Jones, who was a judge in Los Angeles back in the 1930s. And whilst he was in court, he noticed a strong correlation between the structure of the face and personality, and became so intrigued by this that he researched it and came up with 68 traits with an 88% accuracy. And yes, it does apply across all cultures, because that all comes up, well, Naomi, isn't this ethnicity, isn't it racist, or aren't we judging people? And the answer is no. The face, as I see it, is a GPS to our inner blueprint. And from the time when the baby is born, you can see if they're a writer, musician, designer. Are they more detailed? Are they perfectionists? Are they the historian? And then by the time the child is past puberty, all these traits are fully formed. Now, say the traits, their parents, are structurally very different from each other. Then the child can inherit those differences, and that's what creates the asymmetry in the face. And sometimes they can be competitive, sometimes not. Sometimes tolerant, other times not, and so forth. And if they have a lot of differences, this can create mood changes. Anyway, going back to when I first came across this, I was actually studying color consulting with Suzanne Cagle, who launched the color analysis in 1943 in Los Altos Hills. And I was studying with her, and this man came in to have his colors done. And he was a student of personology, or I call this face pattern recognition now. And he was looking for volunteers to go down and have their faces read. And I thought, oh, this is crazy. You know, it sounds very Californian-like. And anyway, curiosity got the better of me, and I went down, and I was absolutely blown away. I have taken many tests over my time, and nothing compared to this. I understood myself for the first time. And what I thought about was that there are so many people out there who are lost when they leave school and searching for jobs, you know, what direction to take. And they've taken all the tests, and they're still lost. And I thought this could make a significant contribution to so many people's lives, and it has. Anyway, going back to the history, so Jones and a group of men, it's all founded by men, engineers, statisticians, psychologists, salespeople, they're all intrigued by this whole concept. So this is more of a scientific approach to understanding people. It's not intuitive. I don't do intuition. It's pattern recognition. Now, we see thousands of people over our lifetime, And we get the feeling of, oh, I've got a feeling about this person, or I think you should do this. I don't know why, I think I'm intuiting this. I think it's pattern recognition. The brain recognizes the pattern and immediately comes up. You know, sometimes when you see people who who look familiar to you and they look just like your cousin or a friend you know, and you start to see the same features. Anyway, so going back to Jones' research, he and a group of men were invited into the freshman Air Force to see if by using this system they could determine who would stay the course. They got a 97% accuracy. They even indicated the type of aircraft they'd fly. And later on, about a couple of years ago, I met this man who happened to know about this. He didn't know that I was aware of this information. And he said, oh, well, my father was part of that study and never stopped talking about it. So it's been an amazing journey. And then they did other research. Robert Whiteside joined up with Jones, and together they researched it some more and then went their separate ways. And further studies were conducted in the 1950s through 1970s, and they came up with similar results and added a few more traits. And today we look at about 91 traits. So we're looking at the structure of the face. And some of you may recall, yes, what physiognomy, phrenology. They did a lot of studies back then from the time of Aristotle, and it was used at one time to determine if someone was guilty of a crime or not. So you can all relax. There is no feature in your faces that I can read that indicates you have a criminal background. Anyway, so we all have choice. Choice supersedes structure. And so we, you know, it's recognizing we have certain traits and being aware of our communication. Anyway, so that's some of the history behind it. And when I studied this in the 90s, I spent a couple of years researching this just to see, well, how accurate is this? And after 2 years and getting the feedback from my clients, I was convinced this was definitely something that I wanted to continue to do and be involved with. And my husband and I, we designed a career program based on the Department of Labor's guideline in the Dictionary of Job Titles. It describes what abilities are needed for each of these careers. We can see those abilities in the face. And so when someone comes to me, whether it's from photographs, I do a lot of work internationally, people send me photographs, and I put the information into the computer, and it brings up the career choices. I look for a 91% and higher accuracy. And so many people have said, oh, this has made so much difference in my life, thank you. And I remember being in, I was helping my son out at a show that he was in. He makes this incredible toffee brittle. And he also makes popcorn. It's called Naomi's Nuggets. But anyway, there was this young man in the wheelchair, about 16 years of age. And I could see the creativity there. And I thought, documentary films. And I felt I had to reach out to him. I said, look, what do you plan to do later on? He said, I don't know, really. And I said, well, this is what I do. I said, you might want to get into documentary films. And his mother was standing there. She said, I can't believe you're saying that. She said, next week, he picks up the top award for the best documentary film in school. Wow. And he raised his fists and says, yes, I'm on the right track. And I saw those same traits in a young man in the parking garage, and he was helping people out with the tickets. He was about 17, 18 years of age. And again, I felt compelled to go up to him and just find out what he planned to do. I said, you're going to college? And he said, no. I said, well, what do you plan to do with your life? He said, well, I'm a high school dropout. Who's going to want me? And I said, you know what? I think you should get into film editing. And I told him what I did. And with that, this 17, 18-year-old reached out for my hands. He took them in his, and he said to me, he said that he was at the lowest point of his life that day. He said, you have just turned my life around. And it's just making so much difference. I get emails weekly saying, this is exactly what I wanted to do. And what happens in our lives is that in children, well-meaning parents might say, well, what do you want to do that for? Oh, you'll not be good, won't be any good at that. A young man I met in the wine country, and his parents told him he was a lousy, good-for-nothing individual and would never amount to anything. And he was a huge procrastinator. I could tell that by the shape of his head. And I said, come on. So watch out. If you get someone checking your head, you know what's going on. Anyway, I said, come on, you don't really believe that. You know you can do something. He said, yes, yes. I said, no. I said, so what do you want to do? He said, I'd like to move out from my parents. And I said, you really going to do that? Yes, I am. I said, okay, when are you going to tell them? He said, tonight. Okay. Next day, he says, I told my parents, I'm moving out. So what I did is I addressed the why he had put his life on hold and told him that everybody with this trait combination felt the same way as he did, and here are ways to move through it. So, as I say, when I see a child, no matter where they are in the world, I see the potential that's there. And in the teenagers, and as I understand it, 67% of the inmates in the prisons are from foster homes. I think they're lost in life. And I think this could make a huge contribution. Now, when people hear what I do, they go, oh, she's one of those. And some of you may even think that. That's okay. I'm used to it. But it works. It's a science. It's very different from the face readers out there, okay? Face readers are more entertainment. This is more of a science. And right now, I'm involved in a program with a woman who's a doctorate in psychology, and we're going to be doing some research to establish the credibility of this work. And we're going to be working with Alzheimer patients. So we can help the patients to enjoy life more. At a very, you know, like if we see their musical and they've got fine hair, we'll put on some soft music and it'll ignite something in there. Anyway, that's just an introduction. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go through these slides and we're going to talk about the various traits. So these are the applications, relationships. So if you're thinking about dating somebody or you want to find out more about your significant other, this is a great way to find out. It's great fun. Cells, team building, career assessments, and so forth. So let's look at the first trait. So what we're looking at are the eyes. And we measure this. We measure the distance between the eyes, and then we measure the eye itself from corner to corner. And we're looking to see, is the eye larger than the space between? Is it balanced, or is it smaller than the space between? Now, I'm not suggesting that next time you see a client or meeting with someone, you get out your ruler and start measuring them. They'll remember you. But it's just you start to develop awareness. So people with closer eyes, the person on the right has the closer set eyes, are very good with detail. They notice every little detail. And you often see this trait in people who specialize in that field, like teachers. You often see teachers that have close-set eyes. Your accountant oftentimes has close-set eyes. Those of you who play tennis, watching the French Open right now, or it's over now, but notice how many tennis players have close-set eyes, and golfers, close-set eyes, focused on the ball. You notice the patterns there. Petaluma had this group of little leaguers that went to play they were involved in the playoffs, and nearly every one of them had the close-set eyes, so focused on the ball. Very, very detail-oriented. And sometimes they can worry about things till it's bigger than life itself. You know, they're warriors, and you see them, they'll check out the eyes. Whereas the wide-set eyed person say, oh, no problems, it's going to be fine. What are you worrying about? What are you getting so uptight about? And they're much more relaxed. And then you're multitasker. Oh, I can do this and this and this and this, and I can do that too. And they end up being late because they think they can take on one more task. So they get a little scattered. So if you're working with that wide-eyed individual, bring them in. But in regards to children, children with the close-set eyes and say they have a narrow face, they can get very anxious about things in school. So if there's any teachers in the audience, get the child to relax, find out what's going on, and get them to look at the bigger picture. Or if you're working with a client who looks like the worrier, and like I had this woman come in to me, and she was so worried that if she could get a job, would they actually hire her? And if she got the job, would they keep her? And she was like this. And so I coached her, and I got her to step back and look at the bigger picture. And she said, this has been so powerful. So when you're working with the why, it helps you to understand people instead of reacting. Now, those of you who have the close-set eyes, be aware of your communication. Try not to snap at people, okay? Because you have to think about, what's it like to be snapped at? And that's how the other person's feeling. And the wide-set eyes are very, now, what if, as a few of you who've come by where I have my books today, if one corner of one eye is further apart from the center of the nose and the other one's closer to the center of the nose, so the corner that's further apart, those are very, very tolerant people. And if they've got the combination, close set, wide set, they're putting up with you and putting up with you and putting up with you, and then suddenly they snap out of the blue. And so you want to say to them, do you need a break? And they've inherited the differences in their parents. One parent was very tolerant, and the other person less tolerant, hence the mixture. Okay, I can't see faces because you're all look a little fuzzy from up here, so usually I will involve the audience, but I can't see you too clearly, so we're just going to discuss the traits today. Okay, now we're going to go to the eyelids. When the eyelids are more exposed, like Hillary Clinton, she has the more exposed eyelid. They want you to get to the bottom line. Never mind all the questions, just get to the bottom line. And they interrupt you, and they finish off their sentence for you. And they're very action-driven. Come on, let's go, don't waste my time. Whereas the person with the covered eyelid is going to ask you question after question after question, and just when you think you've answered all their questions, they've got 1,000 more. And the exposed eyelid is going, oh, can't believe this is going on. So be patient. So for those of you who are more analytical and you're talking with someone who has exposed eyelid, say, look, bear with me. We've got these questions. It's important that we cover this. And at least you're making their needs known. And vice versa. If someone's has the exposed eyelids, just say, look, I know you've got a lot of questions. Can we just go over the most important ones first? So you're speaking to the way they process information. I remember this man called me on the phone, and I thought he wanted to know what I did. And I was going into this explanation. He said, I know what you do. I just want to make an appointment. I thought, oh, exposed eyelids, get to the point. And they hurry you up. You know, they speak like this. I know what to do. I'm going to do it. Yes, yeah, that's a great idea. So next time you see someone doing that, check their eyelids out. And they're very action-driven. I was at San Francisco airport waiting for the bus shuttle. And I was sitting next to this young lady. And I thought, exposed eyelids. I bet she's a psychologist. So I said, well, what do you do? She said, I'm going to school for psychology. And I said, I thought so. And I noticed she had this straight up and down forehead. And I said to her, I see a lot of your traits in some of the top female gymnasts. And she said, well, that's what I used to do. So it's pattern recognition. If you look at the Olympics, a lot of your female gymnasts had closer eyes, exposed eyelids, and straight up and down forehead. Very action. Same volleyball, people who play volleyball, very action-driven. Andy Roddick, for those of you who watch tennis, he's no longer playing, but he has the exposed eyelids. And then, what I forgot to mention are the cupped-out ears. Like Obama has the cupped-out ears. When people have a combination of close-set eyes and cupped-out ears, these are your controllers. They want to control everything. And they like to be in control of it. I want to do it my way. And what that does is it stifles the other person, especially in relationships. Children, if they've got the controlling parent, then the child has these traits. And so they will feel controlled by their parent. And what happens is it can push the child away. Not the parent's intent, but that is the reaction it has. And I have a daughter-in-law who has these traits. And she's a psychologist. So I was explaining to her what she was doing. And she said, I agree with you. And then she calls me up one day. She said, what do I do with my son? He is so controlling. I said, well, guess what, Mary? He inherited it from you. Anyway, I made some suggestions. It isn't an issue anymore. He understood it, she explained it to him, and he understood it, and he's very much more flexible. I'm sure there are times when he does want to control things, but in sports, that's the controlling the ball. When I was in Heathrow Airport, there was all these little soccer players who were waiting to catch the plane to go to Europe to play competition, and they all had close-set eye and contact ears, good at controlling. So it's a pattern you start to see. Anyway, that's the close-set and the wide-set eyes. I mean, we went back a bit here, but going back to the exposed eyelids. And as you can see, her eyelids on the left, they're fully exposed. And she has fairly close-set eyes. But doesn't that look like a nurse? Doesn't she look like a nurse, somebody you meet in the medical field? And if you went into the emergency unit in the hospitals as a visitor, you'd notice a lot of your doctors and nurses have exposed eyelids. Come on, let's go. What are we waiting for? Come on. Whereas the eyelids that are more covered, these are very good listeners. They listen to what their patients or their clients are telling them. So they're much more patient in that response. But that is the exposed eyelids versus the covered eyelids. Now, the covered eyelids are seen in every culture. There is no culture that does not have exposed eyelids. We look at the Asian culture and we think, oh, no, they're not like that. Look again, they are. And you will see that everywhere you go in the world. So again, this is not racist. It's nothing to do with ethnicity at all. It's just looking at the shape of the individual's face. And we don't compare one person to another. We look at the individual in themselves. So that's the exposed and the covered eyelids. So be prepared for a lot of questions with the person on the right, and she'll want you to get to the bottom line. Okay, now we're going to the perfectionist trait. This is seen by the outer corner of the eye lower than the inner corner. When the outer corner of the eye is lower than the inner corner, these are your perfectionists. They see every little error and every little mistake, and they wonder why you miss it. And they tend to be somewhat critical. They think they're helping you. But you feel the criticism. And then what can happen is a child comes running home from school and shows the parent their work. Look what I've done. And the parent looks at what they haven't done. And this can put their life on hold for many years. This woman I met who is 72, she had the traits in both eyes, outer corners down. And I said, what was it like living with your parents? She said, her father's criticism put her whole life on hold until she was 72, until she came to see me. And she said, it's time for me. Now, as I say, they're trying to help you so they don't hear the criticism. And this is the one of the, it can leave a scar on that child's mind. But the gift is, these are good at precision. They're your engineers. They're your, anybody who's, editors, anybody who works where precision is. We hired a contractor to come in and rebuild our fence, not our fence, our deck. And believe you me, I looked at all the contractors' faces. Anyway, so the one I thought met my criteria, I hired him, and I gave him my book. He said, you hired me based on my face? And I said, yes. And he did a good job. And all of his people, his workers, as it so happened, they all had the same trait. You should have seen them. Every little piece was exactly in place. It was almost painful to watch it, but it was very reassuring as me who's investing the money in getting this deck redone. Beautifully done. Fantastic. In fact, my neighbors said they were watching it too, and they said they couldn't believe what they saw. So they are the perfectionists, and I would, when people come in to repair anything in my home, believe you me, I look at them thoroughly. And it just helps you. I mean, you're putting your money into this. But going back to children, praise your child first. Then point out what needs to be fixed. And then praise them again. Because if they have more head behind the ear, in here, from here to there, compared to the front, from here to here, if it's more head behind the ear, those people hang on to the past. And that's why this woman couldn't let it go. She had more head behind the ear. They run and rerun and rerun and rerun over and over again. And if they have the close set eyes, it can take them down. And if children have this combination, they can be the biggest worriers and they can get very sad. Like this young man I worked with, he was sent to me for a profile, and I had no background information. And so I did his profile and suggested he should become a chef. He was lost in life. What I didn't know until afterwards that he had tried to commit suicide twice. And he'd been working with therapists, counselors, friends, family. And his mother wrote to me 2 years later, and she said, you know, you were the turning point in his life. She said he went and got training, and he's already been promoted. She said he's got a way to go, but what you did is you turned his life around. And I've heard many of these stories from like Robert Whiteside, who was involved, and many people he'd worked with, he had the same results. And so this is where it can help, but just pointing out the running of things. And it's an inherited trait, but we have choice. Choice supersedes structure. And so when I say to people, when you keep running things over and over, just try and flick it off. Get that gremlin off your shoulder. Get rid of it, because it doesn't do you any good. But anyway, that's a trait combination of the close-set eyes and more head behind the ear. But and the critical. So if you've got the critical parent, you've got that going on. And you know, for children, there's so many students today leaving school. 67% taking the test, they're leaving school, and they still don't know what to do. It tells me the tests aren't working for many people. They're good for some. Absolutely, those tests work for some people. But for many of them, it's not working. And all I do is I reconnect people with what it is their passion. And with children, they're just wonderful. I just worked with this 10-year-old the other day, and I noticed she had the gift to write. And she was also the perfectionist as well. And she loved the stage, and we'll go into that in a moment. But I said, and her mother was standing there, this is what you might want to do. And her mother said, oh, she loves that. She loves to get up on stage and write and do all these things. I was just validating. Now, she's a very fortunate young lady. And there's many out there who have that good fortune to have parents who are supporting them. But there's many others, majority of others, who don't have that same support. Anyway, that's the perfectionist. Now, what if the eyes go up? Those are not the critics. You know, there's a critic in all of us. And but not to the point where, you know, the eyes come down. Liza Minnelli, who goes way back, you look at her eyes, they're down like that. Obama has it in one eye only. And, I was asked to look at all the poker players. They sent me all the top poker players, all the top winners, and they all had eyes that came down, so they see every move. So if I was playing against them, I'd mess up the cards to annoy them. Anyway, but it is a gift. So don't go up to someone and say, oh, you're a critic, you're a perfectionist. Just say, hey, I bet you see mistakes other people miss. This man sent me his photograph from New York. He was a taxi cab driver. He was looking for career direction. Again, he had this trait and in both eyes. And I said, what was it like growing up with your parents? He said, I don't want to go there. He said, I'm seeing a psychologist now to help me get through the pain. And I explained to him what was going on. And then I noticed the outer edge of his ear was completely rounded like a C. This is to do with music. Notice a lot of musicians have this trait. And I said to him, you might want to take up music. Play a guitar or play a musical instrument, join a group. Oh, and he emails back to me and said, that's interesting. He said, he was at the Los Angeles School of Music, got so criticized, he dropped it. And I said, you know what, you've got a gift. Get back, play your music again, and join a group. And he did just that. All from 3 emails. And his life has just been fulfilled. And so it's, if you have that trait, just be aware of how it may be affecting your children or how it may be affecting your partner, because this is one of the biggest breakups in relationships. And of course, when you've got children and your relationship isn't working, it affects them. So it's not just, no trait is negative. We have choice. But it's just looking at, this is the challenge. I call it challenge, not weakness. I don't use the word weakness. This is the challenge we have, and this is how to work with it. And this man who came to my workshop said to me, he sent me an email, he said, I heard myself the next day criticizing my wife. And he said, I apologized right away. So it built an awareness. So here we are. Again, she has these very close eyes, perfectionist. Look at her mouth. See how small that is? She's undergone a lot of criticism, and this is the one trait that changes. When the mouth gets thinner and thinner and thinner, people go like this. And after a while, the mouth is pulled in. The muscles pull the mouth in. And it's due with, the constant criticism or the emotionals. Like this man sent me a photograph from Australia, no lips. And I said, well, what happened to you? And he said, well, when he was about 3, his father died. And he was sent to live with his uncle. And he said, all the way through school, his parents, his teachers, his friends, and family, they all said, you've got no brains, work with your hands. Today, he came over to study with me, and he's taken this back to Australia, and he's making amazing inroads there. And he has been a very successful man, despite the criticism. And in fact, the day he got married, his uncle said to his wife, then wife said, I don't know what you married him for. And so going back to children, because this is really what this day is about, is, praise them. And only point something out if it's needed. Otherwise, just let it go. And so keep in mind, it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. I know you want that, and we need you. But just, it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, so there's a positive and the more challenging side to that. And again, you see this in all cultures, no matter where you are. Okay, we're going to look at the nose. Nothing to do with the Jewish nose, because that usually comes up. Aren't you talking about the Jewish nose? No, I am not. I'm talking about the bone in the nose, and if it's like this, these are the people who are good in managing money and like to be in charge. How much does it cost? Is it worth it? Can I get it for less? Whereas the ski jump nose on the left says, oh, don't worry about money. It's here to spend. Oh, I'll pay me next time. That's okay. And it's in men and women. So ladies, it's not just men. It's women too. It's men too. So they have a hard time charging. The ski jump nose has a hard time charging for the services. And it's about, how can I help you? What can I do for you? And I've found it with men and women, if they're trying to run a business, they find it very difficult to run financially successful because they're afraid to charge the full fee. They give it, and they go the extra, as I say, they go the extra mile. Whereas the more convex or the aquiline nose is more about the value of something. And I remember this couple came in to see me, and sure enough, the man's nose was like that, more aquiline, and had fairly thin lips, so you know he's going to be tight with his money. And we see it in women too. And I said to him, you might want to surprise your wife one day with a bunch of flowers or a bottle of wine. And his wife's eyes lit up because he thought giving presents was rather frivolous. And anyway, 2 weeks later, I get this phone call. She said, Naomi, guess what? He gave me some flowers on the computer. It was a start. So if you have a client who's got thin lips, cupped out ears, and an aquiline nose, they're going to hang on to every penny. So what you say to them is, I got a bargain for you today. And you came just in at the right moment, and you win them over right away. But that is the business people. Some of the top business people, newspaper or this company in England is constantly consulting with me about various profiles, and they sent me 10 photographs of men and women, some of the top, most successful financial women in England, and sure enough, they all had that nose. It's about money. And the difference between the men and the women is the woman had a very long philtrum. And so it's the space of the nose from here to the lip, top of the lip. When people have a long philtrum, they have a rather dry sense of humor. And it was interesting to see that all the top earners and the women, they all had that dry humor. They can handle the flack. They can handle the corporate world. But the men had a shorter philtrum. But it's just interesting to see it all in that group of women and how they handled things. But anyway, going back to the noses, you have this. And what happens if the nose is straight like that? That means they are good at overseeing something, they're good at serving. So, sometimes you get you hear this bullying in schools with the children. I think if we were to direct, have their charts done and then explain it to the child and direct their energy or channel their energy in the right direction, I don't think it's going to be such a problem. But no one is using this yet except for a few of us who have worked in this field. And I think it can make a huge contribution worldwide, without a doubt. And if I see somebody involved in something that's really off the wall, I will go up to them and talk to them and say, look, what's the benefits here? You've got a gift. Why don't you work on that? And the response has been very positive. So here we have the convex nose, zip-tin lips, and then the ski jump. Another couple went into this shop, and the husband bought 2 T-shirts, one for himself and one for his wife. And, thin lips, said, oh, you owe me so much now. And she paid up. But he made her buy the T-shirt himself. So it's not that everybody's going to be stingy like that, but they're going to be a little bit tighter with their money. And they like to be the boss. So the child with that more convex nose will, especially, you see that trait once they pass puberty, and they will want to be in charge and oversee things. Then we have here the thinking process. Now, this is very helpful for teachers to know, and for parents as well. When on the left, you have that straight up and down forehead, like this. These are your linear thinkers. They think things through step by step by step by step. If they miss a piece of information, everything goes over their head. Once that piece is in place, it's as clear as a bell. These kids are labeled slow learners in school, or ADD, or all these labels we're hearing that are put on kids today. And what happens at exam time, their mind freezes. I worked with someone who, actually somebody in Sweden heard about my work and knew that her niece in Poland was having a hard time in school. In fact, her parents were very concerned about her because she was feeling very depressed, very low point in her life, and never did well in exams. She was at the bottom of her class, just about. And they said to her, go and send Naomi your photographs. And sure enough, the photographs arrive, and she has this straight up and down forehead. And I said to her, you're going to find exam time a little challenging. This is what I want you to do. And for those of you who can relate to this and see children with this trait, be aware of this. I said to her, play music. And it relaxes the mind. And this girl, this young lady, rose to the top of her class and signed up for Warsaw University. And her parents said, all that from reading the face. And so when I explain the traits to people, I just say, everybody who has this trait feels like you, has the same experience. My son was labeled a slow learner. When he was in 7th grade, he was put into a special English class. And having come from being educated in England, I wasn't sure what this was all about. So at the end of the term, I was called by the school, and they said, you need to come to see the school psychologist for your son to stay in this class. So I went in, and the first words out of this psychologist was saying, what is he doing in this class? He is writing at college level, and this kid is just 13. But his previous teacher thought he was a slow learner because he didn't grasp what was being said. They need that step-by-step-by-step process. And once that's in place, it's fine. But if they miss a piece, they shut down. They don't hear anything else that's being said because their mind goes blank. Or if you change plans with them at the last moment, oh, but I thought we were going there today. Then it take a while to relax. So those of you who can relate to this trait, when you find that coming on, you say, oh, it's my head again. Relax. It'll be fine. And then you've got this slope back forehead, quick to think, quick to react, can think on their feet, quick to respond. And they move ahead. And you'll notice a lot of your sports players have the slope back forehead. A lot of your salespeople or anybody who has a quick thinking process, the forehead is more sloped back. Now, we do have specially designed grids that measure these traits. So we measure the degree of the trait. We don't just look at it and say it's a sloped back forehead. We measure the degree of it. We measure the position of the ears. We measure and of course we measure the eyes and other things. We measure the proportion of the faces. And this is how we mark this out on a chart where they fall on the percentile ranking. Because we all have a trait, but what we're looking at is the degree of the trait. But then going back to this, so that's very quick to think, quick to react. And here we have the difference in the two. You see straight up and down forehead and slope back. So let's just change this for a second. Now what I want you to do, I want you to take your hands, fingers together, palms facing you, and I want you to look to see if your ring finger is longer than your index finger. Who's got a long ring finger? This is the ring finger, okay? Whose ring finger is longer than the index finger? Okay, we've got two people down here. How many others? Yes, there's one. Okay, so this will indicate people who love to take risks. And it can be financial risks or physical risks. It gives them a buzz. I was just talking to a man yesterday. I said, oh boy, do you drive fast? He had the slope back forehead and high risk, and he said, yes, I love it. I remember I live in Petaluma, and there's some steps that connect to the streets, and these young lads were on their skateboards. And the youngest one was about 8, and the rest were about 11, 12. And this youngest one goes down and crashes at the bottom. And I said to him, let me see your hands. No. I said, come on, let me see your hands. No. And his friend said, show the lady your hands. So he puts his hands up, and I said, oh boy, are you a risk taker. And they said, oh, what about me? What about me? And sure enough, they're all risk takers. And then they see this man walking up, and they all run up to me. Excuse me, sir, can I see your hands? So I said to him, put your hands up like that. And they looked at his fingers and said, oh, you're not a risk taker. He said, you got that right. And I imagine them going through Petaluma, checking out everybody's hands that day. But people who don't have the long ring finger, that's more the calculated risk taker. You think about the risk and then take it. But you find that oftentimes, people who love to take risks, it gives them a buzz. And so for children, if children have this trait, if it's not channeled in the right direction, they can easily get into shoplifting. Ooh, that was fun. Let's do something else. Let's get it bigger. Let's do more. And before you know it, gets out of hand. Whereas, if you get them involved in a sport that has more risk or contact, like football, that's more bodily contact, even soccer, or skateboarding, or skiing, things that have a risk element to them. Or, like you see the Winter Olympics, these skateboarders going down into those valleys and up and spinning. I just want to go in and check all their hands. But it's channeling that energy in the right direction. If you don't do that, maybe they'll get into trouble because it gives them a buzz. The intent may not be to risk, to hurt or to steal, but they love the buzz that comes from it. And so it becomes almost addictive in a way. But get them involved in that risk situation, and they're fine. I remember seeing this man who he said he'd been actually sent to prison because of his got into drugs and everything else, and raced his motorcycle, and he actually stood up in the audience and he said, "I can relate to this." He said he was in prison, and it was an issue, and he said the one thing he missed most in prison was racing his motorcycle. So, next time you get into a car with a strange person, say, "Excuse me, can I see your hands first?" Anyway, I was just connecting it with the slope-back forehead, because you see that in a lot of, even people who get into investments, that they love the buzz, they love the risk, and other people who have this particular trait. So that's the difference between the people with slope-back foreheads and the people who are more linear thinking. So when you're meeting somebody, or if you have a child who has that trait, explain all the steps and say, "Do you understand this so far? Is it clear so far?" And that helps to take away the anxiety, particularly if they have a narrow face, which we'll get to in a moment, and close set eyes. It just helps them to relax more. And so if there's teachers here, just check in with your students. Is this clear for you all so far? And in that way, it helps them the students to relax and let the teacher know what's going on. I know it's hard with all these big classes today to get to each student, but as a parent, if you recognize this in your child, just share it with the teacher. And that way it will help them. Now we're talking about the face, and we actually measure the width of the face. We measure the length by the width. And people who have narrow faces, they build their confidence through knowledge. Once they know what they're doing, they're as confident as anyone. Put them in a new situation, and a lot of anxiety. So they take class after class after class to make sure they've got all the information. Whereas the wide-faced person fakes it till they make it. "Oh, I can do that. Not a problem. What's wrong with you?" And they fall flat on their face and they brush themselves off and off they go again. They love a challenge. It gives them a buzz. And they take on things and they think, "What's wrong with you? You're bright. No, why can't you do that?" And I was in an office, I've been talking to a lot of the financial people lately, and I was in the office and I waiting to go in and give a talk, and there was this manager there who was talking to this woman, and he was really, I could see the information was coming at her too fast, and she was getting to this anxiety mode, and then after she left, he and the other person in the office said, "Oh my God, that person is absolutely useless. Oh, never seems to get anything." And I thought, I have to go up there and say something. I can't just sit by and let this happen. So I went up and I said to him in a very gentle voice, "Look, this is what I'm here for today. And let me explain about the person you were just talking to." And I explained why she was reacting the way she was. And he said, "Oh, I didn't know that." He said, "I didn't realize that." He said, "You've explained so much about her." And hopefully it improved the relationship. For team building, to working with people, interacting with them, this gives you another tool to help you work with those people more effectively. And that way you create a team that works together. I've worked with a lot of startup companies in the Bay Area. And every company I've worked for, they've all said, this was a huge contribution to the success of our business. And what I found is some of them were going to put their employees in areas that it wasn't the right fit or the right match. And when I said to the employees, "Well, you need to be working over there," "Oh, thank you. That's what we wanted to do. I didn't want to be doing this." And it's just made a difference. I remember speaking at a conference, it was a law firm, and I was talking about the exposed eyelids. And this other woman said, "Oh, is that why you cut me off on the phone today?" Because she wasn't getting to the bottom line. And, "Oh, now I understand." And they had so much fun with it. So it's great for, as a team builder. But going back to the confidence, so let's look at this. So the narrow face, they build their confidence through knowledge. Once they have a foundation, they're as confident as anyone. If you see somebody with that slope eye with the critical trait, just say, do you notice mistakes that other people miss? Can you relate to that? Yeah, how do you know? I'm always seeing the mistakes. Or do you find people going on too much? They talk too much? Oh, yes, all the time. I wish they'd just get to the point. They're wasting my time. And you start practicing it, and this is what will build your confidence and your realization that this system does work. I promise you, the traits we are going through today are 100% right on, no matter where you are in the world. And it's such a portable tool. I mean, I was on this flight to Australia, and I'm sitting next to this man. And he asked me what I was going for, and I said I was giving a workshop, and I told him my topic. Oh, I said, if you like, I can read your face. Anyway, my hands are all over him, well, his head. And I was doing this and this and this, and he's traveling with a team of people across the other side of the plane in there. What's this woman doing? And anyway, so they come over, and they check it out. I said, is everything all right? And he said, oh, yes, it's fine. So they go back and sit down, and they're still looking at me. Well, he gets off the plane, and he gave me his card, and I'm not a detailed person. I saw his name was Dan. And he gave me his card, anyway, and I tucked it in my purse. And he's get off this plane, and he has a whole entourage of people there. I thought, oh, I wonder who it is. Huh. It was the top general of the NASA Space Division, and my hands have been over him. So this can be fun. You know, I remember with the more aquiline nose, I was in London, going from the tube station up to the Waterloo station. And there's this young couple there on the other elevator, bantering back and forth. You know, English people don't speak to each other generally. And he turned around and looked at me. He said, well, what do you think? And I said, well, you've got the bossy nose. And he said, what? I said, you've got the bossy nose. And his girlfriend's going like this. And so I get off, and I'm off the escalator. He comes running after me. He said, what do you mean I've got the bossy nose? So I said, well, this is what I do. Oh, will you read my face? So there I am in Waterloo Station reading this total stranger's face. So you can take it with you anywhere. And it gives you free bottles of wine on the flight over. All sorts of things. And even at the post office, there was a man who used to work there. He was that very detailed person, exposed to his bottom line, do this, do this, do this, do this. And no one could stand him. And the fellow employees, you know, had a hard time with him. And so I said to this man, I said, why do you work here? He said, well, it's a job. I said, well, I think you should be doing this. Why do you say that? I said, well, that's... Anyway, so I gave him my book, and he read it. And then the next time I saw him, he takes my hand and kisses it. And he says, thank you so much. And I always got a pleasant response after that. And when I took him an envelope one day, and it was just, minusculely over the right size, he said, you know, some people would be very fussy about that. I said, it wouldn't be you, would it, Christopher? And a great big smile. And so what I did, and how you can use this, it releases those blocks that get put up. There's that resistance that comes up, and it opens up to communication. Or if you're working with a client or you're meeting somebody and you see they have this rounded musical ear, just say, oh, I've been to some great concert lately. Do you like going to music? Do you like going to... Oh, yeah, and you've got a conversation going. Oh, I found a bargain today. You should go there. Oh, yeah. Oh, really? Oh, where's that? So you immediately set up a sort of a camaraderie. They say, oh, I really like working with this person. And it's so much fun. Anyway, it says your wide face and your narrow face. Are there any questions at this time? No questions. Yes?
Is it more difficult to read faces as people get older because their faces change?
No, we're still the same.
Okay.
The eyelids start to relax. Oh, and cosmetic surgery, right? You know, cosmetic surgery doesn't change anything. I was on the same show as Sharon Osbourne. It was down in LA. And I said, Sharon, I had to ask you before I read your face, how much cosmetic surgery have you had done? She said, oh, everything from the nose downwards. So she brings her dogs on the show. So they had me read her dog, and I made it all up. So I don't read dogs. But cosmetic surgery, or if people have been in an accident or had any abuse, it's changed their face, I asked them to bring me in photographs before that happened, so that I can see what their face shape was initially. So it doesn't change how we're wired. So, as I say, I think of the face as the GPS or in the blueprint. It's an indicator of how we're wired, a part of how we're wired. And we are who we are, and it's the more conscious or awareness we build of how we're coming across. But, for kids, this is where it can help kids and schools, identifying their innate traits and talents. I was just talking to, I was working with a little girl, she was age 3. And I said to her mother, your daughter has a gift to write. And there's a little line that comes underneath here, it's etched in, you can see at the time of birth. And anyway, 10 years later, I get this call from this woman. And she said, I didn't believe you. She said, and I thought my daughter was copying her friend's work. I really didn't think this was true. And she said, I'd just been called by the school to say my daughter has talent unlike anybody else they've ever seen. Same with a little boy I met not so long ago. He had the same trait, and his mother didn't realize it. And it happened to him too. In the school called and said, he'd just written an incredible play, but she didn't recognize the talent. It's the same, when I see this music trait, or if people have an inverted V, and that's to do with the designer, and I see those abilities, and I will stop and I will speak to strangers if they see a child that has some ability, because I want to make sure those parents really encourage their child to get involved in that activity, to recognize that talent. Or if they're short-legged, like kids that are labeled ADD, they've got these short legs, wide eyes, as I mentioned, and very competitive and square heads. And square-headed people are bored by repetition. So it's hard for the kid to concentrate in school. However, you get it in the right direction, it doesn't become an issue. But going to the talents, there's so many talents you can see in people's faces. I was walking through the school in the field, and I saw this man had a very bulbous forehead. I thought, and closer eyes, and I thought, and the eyebrows, the inverted V eyebrows, and I thought, photography. I bet he's a photographer. So I got to him, and I said, do you like photography? And he looked at me rather surprised, and I said, well, you've got an interesting face. Didn't tell him what I did. Turned out, and he loves photography. He photographs lighthouses. And when I happened to be away, and my husband was walking through the field, he didn't realize we were related, but he said to my husband, do you want to come and see my photographs? And there's the most beautiful photographs. And he had been labeled as somebody who wasn't very bright. He's just a caretaker at the school. Not just a caretaker, but that's what he does at the school, maintenance. And he's always been labeled as someone who didn't have much potential. And all I could see was the potential that was there. And every time I meet with him, I say, well, how's the photography going? I just did this and here. So when are you going to start, displaying it and showing it and selling it? I'm working on it. And so people go through life. So what am I supposed to do? Who am I? We have one life. We need to be doing what it is we feel passionate about. And if it's been something that's been interesting you, pursue it. Go and explore it. Because you never know. And the same with your kid. So if you have children, what I suggest you do is to write down everything that your children seem to enjoy. Look for the thread. And it will help you in identifying later on when they go to high school and college, a direction they can go into. Now, I should warn you that, it's not warning you, but people with square heads, and you can't really see this from the photographs, people who have square heads like in here, they get bored by repetition. And so if kids have this, students have this square head, they do something, they're fantastic at it. I'm bored. I want to do something different now. And then you sign them up for a sport, or you sign them up for an activity, and say, I'm bored, I don't want to do it anymore. But we invested all this money in you. Well, I'm not going to sign you up for anything else because you just don't stay with it. they want change. They love what they do, and they get bored by it, and they want to explore something different. And it goes throughout their lives into their careers as well. So they're a been there, done that sort of person, but you have to get them to say, look, if you're going to do this, you've got to stay committed, otherwise I'm not investing this. And that way they can override that tendency to get bored. They know they're now committed. That it is another trait that is labeled ADD, because they don't stay with anything. And that is, it's not the case as far as the label. Okay. Here we have some famous faces. He's on the television, and you've got Jennifer Aniston there. But looking at, this is he has a typical profile that you often see in soccer players or football players. Very competitive, the head is wider at the back than the front. Very oval head, so he's going to stay with something time after time. He's got wide set eyes, so can look at in playing football, most of your football players will have wide set eyes because it's a multitasker, it's looking at the big picture. And and the eyebrows. And then Jennifer Aniston has the narrower face and close set eyes. And so focused on the detail. Okay. Oh, funny, I can hear okay in there. Anyway, so that's just some of the traits we've learned today. But before we close up here, do I have any questions? Or is anybody willing to come up and let me read their face? Oh, or okay, you're up. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for doing this. And she has that straight bridge to the nose. But let me look at, so here we have someone who sees mistakes, sits in one eye only. You see mistakes that other people miss sometimes. And interesting, the inner corner of her eyes are on different levels. You're not going to follow the same path as everybody else. If the crowd goes that way, you'll go the other. You relate to that? Yes. And so they have an unusual way of doing things. And maybe in school you felt it didn't quite fit in with everybody, but once you leave school, it's like, okay, I can do my own thing. Mm-hmm. And she's got this bulbous forehead, so very creative, a lot of imagination, can think outside the box. Oh, thank you. Now, you have, it looks like you've got fairly, one eye is different from the other, but she's one corner of her eye is a little bit further away, so that's her tolerant side, but then when she goes, she goes. Can you relate to that one? Mm-hmm. Yes, you're going to say yes. This is confession time. You did volunteer.
I did.
So one of your parents was more tolerant than the other.
Yes.
And so you've got that combination. Yes, and you have that fairly sloped back forehead, so quick to think, can think on your feet. And look at these cheekbones. She's got these cheekbones. Have cheekbones will travel. So, yes, get out there and travel. And there's a restless soul in you.
Oh, yes.
Yes, you have to be on the go. Sit down at a desk job all day is going to drive you crazy. No. It won't work, no. And let me see your hands. Oh, well, she's the calculated risk taker. Good hand dexterity, so using your hands. People have the middle fingers a similar length. They're good at using their hands. It can be an artist or things like that. So, and let's just check those ears. Oh, you've got some rounded ears here. Yeah, music. And going to, did you?
I like to sing, but I can't, but I like to sing.
Well, hey, that's your conversation that you can't.
That's true.
Yes, so, get out there and join a choral group. Because you've got a gift, and it's like it's a spark that can go off inside you when you're singing. It's like, it feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. My coworkers always say, oh, here comes Lisa, she's singing, that's Lisa.
Yeah, and so that's a part of who she is. And has it ever been encouraged?
No.
No. Mm-mm. So here's your time.
Yeah.
Step out and explore. And it'll be amazing what you discover. And you like the bottom line as well. There's a little bit about, okay, got it, let's move to the point. She was almost the first person to put her hand up and say, action. Okay, we're going to do one more thing. Okay, a little bit competitive. Let's go to the other side.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, she's going to move on things. So she's an action person. Oh. So, can take your ideas forward.
So Can it change through the years, you think, as you?
No, but you know what? The environment can put people's lives on hold.
Okay.
If you're living in a non-supportive environment, whether it's as a child or as an adult, and you hear this feedback all the time, it puts your life on hold. Jeff Thompson, who I met years ago, we talked to each other on the phone and I did his profile. He as a child had been held back. He used to live in a coal mining town in England, and he wanted to write. And it was never good enough, never good enough. Who do you think you are? You're one of them. Working class versus upper class and what have you. And anyway, he struggled with that all his life till later on he actually stepped out and write. And he's written these wonderful books. And the one is called The Great Escape, or The Elephant and the Twig. And it's very conversational. His whole book is very conversational about how our inner chatter holds us back. And we allow other people's comments, critical comments or remarks, to hold us back. We do it to ourselves. Toss it off. Get rid of it. These are great books. And in fact, I just emailed him a couple of days ago. He's going to send me another copy of The Great Escape. But it's wonderful books. But yes, so the environment does suppress. But once you step out and move away from it, suddenly your whole life comes into being. So
I just thought of a question. If you can see any kind of illnesses or medical in reading?
No. Years ago, they would measure, there's some studies in England, a doctor, to see if the hair, if it was the fine hair, if it was more sensitive to the internal system. No evidence came up. But, people with fine hair are much more sensitive to the smells, taste, touch, things that are going around, and they're a lot more into themselves. Very, very sensitive people. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right, give her applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, any other questions? I can see it. Okay, yes. She was asking me about does one trait affect another trait? And yes, it does. It can modify or it can build on that trait. So if someone is a procrastinator and yet quick to think, you ask them to do something and the procrastinator to do something, even though they're quick to respond, if they don't have a deadline, they're not going to get it done. Maybe next week, week after. So procrastinators do better with 3 things on their list: short-term goals and deadlines that day. And so it's like this young man who had this, I met in the wine country, as I mentioned, a huge procrastinator. But once he had a deadline, and once I asked him to commit to it, he did it. So, yes, one trait will modify or affect it. Let's say someone's got a ski jump nose and a large lower lip. These people love to give. They give and give and give and give and give. So that means they'll be even more generous with their money. If their ears are flat back, they're going to spend every penny they have. And then some. Whereas, if someone has this, I mentioned the thin lips, convex nose, cupped out ears, not going to spend a penny. So yes, there are trait combinations, and it takes time to practice this, to learn this. But as I say, you start one trait at a time, and I recommend the eyes. And if you see somebody with a really wide face, say, "Oh, do you love a challenge?" And say, "Oh, yes," all the time. And it will, believe me, if you get it right, it will work every time. I say this with complete confidence. So I wouldn't be up here today and doing what I do if I hadn't had the evidence that comes in that each time, because every trait was researched individually. Whereas a lot of your face readers are broad brushstrokes. I've just sent a couple of books lately, and it's not in criticism. There's more of a generalist. It's more of an entertainment. And this is where this tool can help you, working with children or with adults, helping them to get back on track with their lives and to really live out the life they're supposed to live. And I'm seeing this happening with the clients that I've worked with, both girls, boys, men and women, and it's just making a huge difference. And I think if you had followed me around, you would, those of you who are still questioning it, that's fine, that's good, but just keep an open mind. And if you were to follow me around, even coming, I'm at the books, my books are on sale today by the bookstore, and you get a free mini reading with the purchase of the book. What a deal. And, listen, it's all positive, it's not negative. I can't read your mind, so you can relax. I don't know what you're up to. But anyway, that's just some suggestions. I think I'm pretty much used my time up. Any other questions? Yes?
I'd like to ask you, there was a movie that profoundly moved me and a lot of people called The Three Faces of Eve. Can someone actually have three faces?
Well, I think, but I didn't see the movie. But in looking at it, you could have this symmetry. So you have that different parts to you. And you may see them in one way, one time one way, and then one time another way. Like, say, as I work with a team of, this gentleman was talking about the three faces of Eve, and now are there three faces? I was talking to this group of directors in England, and they were sent to me to have their profiles done. And as each one came in, the one that was the head of the business he was either a huge procrastinator and be hanging around and go off with his friends and socialize, or he'd come into the office full speed ahead, and it would put the pressure on the office. So here is two faces. They never knew what to expect, and it was creating a tremendous amount of pressure, and they were going to lay people off because they didn't think they fit, or he was going to do that. And then the CEO called me the next week and said, what you uncovered in the short time you were with my men, he said, it was taking my son, who does psychometric testing for corporations, months, years to have uncovered. It is that quick. And I remember being in San Francisco working with people who were homeless or out of a job, and this man came to my talk, and I said, here, let me quickly put this into my computer. And it took me about 10 minutes. I said, this is what you should be doing. He said, he said, I wasn't going to come today. He said, you've just validated what I thought about. And, and I've had some people, all right, so another time, I used to work with the Stanford University graduates who were in their master's degree program, lost, didn't know what to do. And they were sent to me. And this one woman, I said, well, you should be in the theater. And she said, well, I never thought about that. And I said, well, try it. Take a class and just explore it, just for fun. Well, I was looking for someone to be on a show with me, and I called her up. She said, oh, I've been meaning to call you. She said, I did what you suggested. And she said, I joined a group in San Francisco, and they got the #1 award for the best play in San Francisco. And she said she would never have done that if I hadn't suggested it. So where did that come from? Well, maybe you can see it on Jennifer Aniston's eyebrows. When the eyebrows go upwards like that, you see it in a lot of models, a lot of movie stars, especially women. That's the actress. That's the person who loves to be on stage. I have it a little bit. I wanted to be on stage when I was 16. My father didn't approve of it, so I didn't. But I used to do all sorts of things to attract. Oh, it's very embarrassing what I used to do. Anyway, I was successful. But anyway, I wasn't encouraged. And, now I love doing this. It's fun. It's not a vanity thing. It's a love. But you see it in a lot of your actors, actresses, people, artists. I was... I don't know what the term was for these women who have some disabilities. And I was at this art shop in Petaluma, and they have what we call community crawls there, and so we go around from one building to another. Anyway, these young ladies were there at various ages. They had obviously had some disabilities, and every one of them had the sloped up eyebrows, and there was their art displayed in the art store. And it's a pattern that you start to see. So I see it as being very creative, and Jennifer Aniston has that just a little bit. And that's where we're getting the artist from, or the person who loves to be on stage. Or doing something like staging a home. The real estate people like it because they're doing something with their creative ability. And if the eyebrows are the inverted V's, like this, so it comes up like that, these are your designers. These are your architects. Now you start combining, I was talking about the photographer, close-set eyes, with the inverted V, these are your photographers. So if you see someone with that combination, oh, do you like to take photography? Do you like photography? Oh, I love it. And this is how we're using it with the Alzheimer's people who are at the last stage, or even not, doesn't have to be at the last stage, but we're looking for the talent in the face and then exposing them to that talent. So say they can't take photographs, but if we show them photographs, can you imagine what's happening inside? Think, oh, I love this. Or if we listen to the music, or if it's the theater, we show them some plays, or things, or if they're artists, show them artwork. And so it will help to sort of connect them with something they love to enjoy. And it makes their life, much better, more entertaining and things like that. So my time is just about up. But if you have any, I am giving the mini readings in my booth next to the bookstore. And if you have any questions there, I'm here all day. I'd love to meet with you, and my books are there for sale, and card decks, and it's been a pleasure to talk with you today. I hope you've enjoyed something and learned something from it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to bring up right now Eleanor Brittner, Dr. Eleanor Brittner, who is the brainstorm behind this whole event, and we're going to make a special presentation. Eleanor, come on up. About 2 years ago, I received a phone call from a man named Phil Green, and he was an attorney. You get phone calls from attorneys, and you automatically start thinking, uh-oh, what did I do wrong? Somebody's suing me again. But this was a great call because he represented one of his clients was a corporation called Zenni. How many have heard of Zenni? Well, in the evolution of eye care, Zenni was one of the first to come up with a program where you would go to your eye doctor, and after seeing your eye doctor and getting a prescription, you could go online and you could download your picture and you could virtually try on different glasses until you found the ones that fit your face and that you liked and that you cared about. From there, you sent them your prescription, you ordered your glasses. You could order a basic pair of glasses with a prescription for under $7. A pair of glasses like I have, transitional, with all of the bifocals and lineless bifocals and the whole bit, you could order a pair of glasses of that stature for probably under, I'm going to say, $100. So it shows you what's available out there and what you can do. And we have the lady who is responsible for that, and she's going to make a donation to the club. And Julia Zen, will you please come forward?
This is really our honor to be on this stage. We think we have a similar goal to Lions Club, which is to provide the vision need, affordable vision need to everybody in the world that need it. However, Lions is further ahead of us. We are still doing that for business, but everyone involved in Lions Club that has a great heart. They care about people in the world who has vision need, and this is totally volunteered and charity work. But we want to do the same thing. We will always stay together with Lions Club and fulfill this mission. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. This is amazing. This is the philanthropic heart. You know, this is why all of you are here, because you have this philanthropic heart, or you wouldn't be here. But here it is in action. We all do what we can. And this was amazing because now all of the people who couldn't get glasses before, from the smallest to the oldest, has an opportunity to get glasses. They just need to come to us, and Zenni has given us the certificates, and we will make it so. So work with us. We would love to have you work with us on this project. You need to do it, come and see us.
example of where these glasses are being used locally, we've been involved with Project Homeless Connect in San Francisco for the past 2 years, using Zenni glasses, among others. How many know what military stand-downs are? The military stand-downs with all of the veterans that are on the street homeless. The military stand-downs we get them together in groups all over the state of California, as far north as Oregon. We bring in the people living on the streets, the soldiers and the people back from wars who they just can't live in society, a normal society anymore. So we provide haircuts, we provide doctor's examinations, we provide free eye care, showers, we give them food, dental care, we give them everything they need. We even have a judge there to dismiss tickets they've been given for being on the streets. So that's what military stand-downs are about. That's what the recycled glasses and the glasses that Zenni has been giving us. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
We feel very honored to stand together with Lions Club. We daily sell 6,000 to 10,000 pairs of glasses, but we have very little return percentage-wise. We have probably around 0.5% return, but still it's a large number of return. From now on, we put all the prescriptions, even with the return glasses, and give to Lions Club to donate to the people who need it in the world. We try to work with Lions Club and put our effort in to help the people in the world that need glasses. But we will work together, and we want that liaison to be there. Yeah.
Thank you again. Let's give her a
Thank you.
hand. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to say, Tom, you have a beautiful wife and a great-looking dog. But now it's Eleanor's opportunity, Dr. Eleanor, to introduce somebody you've all been waiting to hear. Eleanor?
Thanks, Bill. Thank you. Let's thank Bill Iannacone. He's been with us every committee meeting for the past 8 months, just like the rest of the committee in planning all of this. The committee has been great, and Bill has been right next to us. Bill is a past international director. It's way beneath him to get down with the grunt work, but he did it anyway. Amazing, right? That's the lion's heart, one more time. I know you're all waiting for Deepak. I know that because all the phone calls that came into me kept saying, we can't wait to see this man. We can't wait to hear him. And I feel the same way. I spend time down at his event place in La Costa, which is the Deepak Chopra Spa. It is wonderful. The meditations, the yoga, the courses, they couldn't be better. The massages, this is a place to go to renew. The food, everything that you need to renew your body, your mind, your spirit is there. I highly recommend it. Let me tell you a little bit about Deepak Chopra. You know, he is the author of numerous books on alternative medicine. And alternative medicine wasn't always so popular. I mean, he started out as a doctor in India, and he came here and went to work in a hospital, and quickly saw that there was another route. This is how it works. I mean, when you're tuned in to what alternative medicine can do, you quickly move on. I had the same experience, 3 years of medical school and then into naturopathic medicine. So I understand exactly what Deepak Chopra did. And from there, he went on, not only looking at the alternative medicine, but looking at how people, what people need in the world and how they react to different things, and to begin to see that without the mind, without the body, without the spirit, there is no recovery from years of bad eating, bad thinking. There's just no recovering from it. So you have to do all 3 things at the same time. So I could stand here and talk about him and his books all day, which I love to do, But I want you to meet him and greet him. So why don't we all stand up and give him a great big hello. Deepak, where are you?
Okay. Oh, thank you, Elena. Thank you. Thank you.
It's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you, Eleanor, and it was lovely to meet your daughter Sharon, granddaughter Michaela, and your wonderful staff. And I'm thrilled to be here to speak with all of you about the future of well-being. So it also is about the present of well-being, which is not that great, but it's interesting where we can go and where we should be going in the next few years. So before I go into that specifically, I want to share with you a story, and it's a story about an incident that happened not with my previous book tour, but the book tour before the last book. The last book was Superbrain. Before that, my book was God, a story of revelation. So what that book does is it tracks the history of our understanding of divine intelligence over approximately 5,000 years. So it begins with Job in the Old Testament and goes through St. Paul in the New Testament and through Shankara and through Rumi, and ends with Einstein and Tagore, a great Indian poet. So I was traveling on that book tour, and I landed in Los Angeles, which was part of the book tour, but it's also where my son is. And he came to the airport to pick me up with my grandson, who was then just going to get to be 5. He was under 5 at that time. So as we get out of the airport, this little boy, who's, as I said, under 5 at that time, he turns to me and he says, Dada, which is the Indian word for grandfather on the father's side. He says, what is dark energy? So that's a kind of a surprising question. And I said, what do you know about dark energy? And he said, it flows through the night sky, which is a very poetic but accurate description of it. So I said, what else do you know about it? He said, it's 70% of the universe. How many of you know that? So anyway, we get out of the airport and we're driving in Santa Monica, and we're driving by the ocean, and he looks out of the window and he says, how did they make the ocean? So I said, who make the ocean? He said, they. I said, no, but who's they? So he thinks for a little bit, then he reformulates his question. He said, how did the ocean get made? So I said, well, it got made the same way as the Earth. We are a piece of rock that fell off a big star, and there are lots of other little pieces of rock like that. They're part of the solar system. I said, do you know how many planets there are in the solar system? He said, well, if you count Pluto, there are 9. But if you don't count Pluto, there are 8. I said, where did the solar system come from? He said, from the stars. I said, yeah, I just told you that. Where did the stars come from? He said, from the galaxies. I said, yep. And where did the galaxies come from? He said, from the universe. I said, that's right. Where did the universe come from? And he said, from another dimension. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's 30 years of my work. Okay? Reframed in less than 2 minutes by a 5-year-old. So, being from India and, East, and we think in mystical, esoteric terms, I'm thinking to myself, is he an incarnation of Einstein or Galileo or something? So I said, where do you get all this from? How do you know all this? And he said, it's on Pokemon. So I hope you know what Pokemon is. Because if you don't, you're out of the collective conversation. So the reason I tell you this story, and there's a deeper reason, and how it relates to what we're going to talk about today, is that the two most open questions in science today are the following. The first open question in science is, what is the universe made up of? And the answer is, we actually don't know. What is the stuff of the universe? From a scientific point of view, we actually don't know because of what my grandson said. 70% of it is dark energy. We have no idea what it is, except that it's ripping space apart, the space between galaxies, faster than the speed of light. But we don't know what it is. Einstein did think about it. He called it the cosmological constant. That's 70% of the universe. 25% of the universe is called dark matter. We also don't know what it is. Dark matter is invisible matter. And if you have two chunks of dark matter and they collide, as they will, when our galaxy collides with the next galaxy, which is Andromeda, in a few billion years, then they don't actually bump into each other, they just go through each other, and the two galaxies will merge at that time. Why do we call it matter? Because it's not atomic matter. Atomic matter is the carbon, the hydrogen, the oxygen, which makes up everything, the elements of the periodic table, which make up my microphone and your body as well. It's not atomic, it's invisible matter. It does not reflect light, it does not absorb light, it does not emit light. And the only reason we call it matter is it bends space-time in the same way as regular matter, so it's responsible for most of the gravity in the universe. It holds the galaxies together. If this dark matter was not there, the galaxies would rip apart. And because our body is held by dark matter, this dark matter of the universe is responsible for holding your body together right now. If it wasn't there, our bodies would fall apart. Well, that leaves only about 5% of the universe that is regular atomic matter, the elements of the periodic table. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and all the other elements. 5%. The rest is invisible. We have no idea what it is. So this 5%, which is atomic, of this 99.99% is actually invisible. And the reason it's invisible is that it's interstellar dust and gas, mostly hydrogen and helium. So that leaves only 0.01% of matter which is visible in the universe. Only 0.01%. That includes our galaxy, the hundreds of billions of other galaxies, the billions and trillions of planets and star systems. All of that is 0.01% of what exists out there. And that 0.01% ultimately is also made out of nothing, because as you go beyond the atom into the subatomic particles, in the end, you end up with nothing. So this whole universe is coming out of an invisible domain of energy, and it's only 0.01%. The rest is dynamic, active, but invisible. In fact, my physicist friends tell me that every cubic centimeter of space, empty space, contains more energy that is required to make the entire visible universe over 3 times. Okay, and of course, space is limitless, which means there is enough energy in space to create an infinity of visible universes. So why am I telling you all this? What does it have to do with our own well-being? I'm telling you all this because your body, which is made of visible atoms, is the activity of the whole universe. And it's not just energy, it's intelligence. It's not just information, it is intelligence that organizes the energy and information to create your body. And were it not there, our bodies would fall apart. Now you can call this invisible intelligence, energy, information, anything you want. I like to call it cosmic consciousness. You can call it God. You can call it the infinite intelligence. It doesn't matter. But it's the source of everything in the universe, including your body. It takes the whole organizing power of the entire universe to hold your body here together. And the reason for 30 years, Elena mentioned, I've been so interested in meditation and talked about it, is that meditation allows you to go to the inner core of your being, which is yourself. But the inner core of your being is the intelligence of the whole universe, because it's the ground of the whole universe. And that's why, even though people take meditation casually, they talk about it as stress management, it's not just that. The innermost core of your being is the ultimate and supreme genius that mirrors the wisdom of the total universe. And if you knew that, you would say that being or self-awareness is the highest intelligence. We call ourselves human beings. We don't call ourselves human thinkings. We don't call ourselves human doings. And that is because at some subtle level, the wisdom traditions of the world have always known that self-awareness or being is the highest intelligence. In fact, it's the intelligence of the universe. So right now, as you're listening to me, I would like you to do something. Turn your attention to who's listening. So as you're listening to me, just be aware of the listener. And when you become aware of the listener, that's yourself, you experience it as a still presence. That's your inner self, which spiritual traditions call the soul. It's not your mind, which might be saying, I wish I'd gone to the bathroom before the lecture, or I wonder what I'm going to have for lunch, or whatever. Okay, that's a conversation, and it's in your mind, but the conversation happens in the presence of your soul. And the great wisdom traditions of the world tell us that if you are in touch with that presence, then you're in touch with the infinite organizing power of the total universe. And that is healing, because that is holy. Holy, wholeness, holy, health, healing are the same word. So health, healing is the return of the memory of wholeness. So here we are, creating all kinds of technologies, creating all kinds of drugs, creating all kinds of procedures, when the intelligence of the universe is there for us in our own inner being. That's what I want to emphasize more than anything else. Because people pay attention to everything, but not their own self. They're not aware of their own self. And the self of the individual is actually the self of the whole universe. So, given that, there are a few things for us to understand. The first is that the entire universe is not a thing, it's an activity. It's a dynamic activity. It's invisible. Most of it is invisible, but it's active. It's a dynamic, invisible activity. And so is your body, which is made up of the same atoms that make up the universe. 99% of the atoms in your body, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and the rest of them, they come from stars. The hydrogen and helium comes from the Big Bang. So your body is made up of stardust. And at the most fundamental level, the best definition of you is that you are a luminous, because you're visible, most of the universe is invisible, so you are a luminous stardust being. And not only are you a luminous stardust being, you have self-awareness. You have the ability to go to the source right within yourself. And this luminous stardust being that you are is an activity. Your body is an activity. By activity, I mean that it's a verb, it's not a noun. In fact, as we look at the universe, there are no nouns. Nouns are conventions of language. They're not descriptions of reality. Your body is a verb, it's an activity. The body you're using right now to listen to my lecture is not the body that you came in with a little while ago when you entered this room. Because with every bit of activity that's going on, including breathing, eating, digestion, metabolism, elimination, thoughts, feelings, emotions, desires, memories, all of this is causing your body to exchange its elements with the elements and forces of the universe. In fact, the physical body that you're using right now to listen to my lecture is not the body that you came in with a little while ago when you came into this room. With every breath that you breathe in 10 to the power of 22 atoms, and these come from everywhere and end up in all the cells of your body. With every breath that you breathe out carbon and oxygen and exchange with nitrogen. So at the atomic level, you're breathing out 10 to the power of 22 zeros from your body. 10 to the power of 22 zeros means 10 followed by 22 zeros. So at the atomic level, you're literally breathing out bits and pieces of your heart and kidney and brain tissue. And technically speaking, we're all intimately sharing our organs with each other all the time. So the great American poet Walt Whitman once said, every atom that belongs to you as well belongs to me. Because you recycle your body with everybody else in about less than 1 year. At the atomic level, you recycle your stomach every 5 days. You recycle your skin once a month, your liver every 6 weeks, your skeleton every 3 months. Even your genetic material, your DNA, it recycles every 6 weeks. In fact, 65% of your genes are the same as a banana. 80% of your genes are the same as a mouse. So this is very interesting because that means that we are a recycling of the universe that's happening right now. If we understood this, we understood the processes through which this dynamic exchange occurs, we would realize a few things. First, we are not our bodies, because this is my 2013 model. The last time I came to this part of California, I brought the same suitcase, but not the same body, because my suitcase has a little longer shelf life. Okay. This is a recycling process of the universe that happens in my awareness, in my consciousness. And the recycling is everything that is physical, but also everything that is mental, our thoughts, our feelings, emotions, desires, memories, imagination, intentions, choices. They all constantly are this ecosystem, which is the body. So given that, we can now look at some of the elements that go into what we call well-being. Because your well-being depends not just on the physical processes of your body, but your well-being depends on every interaction you have with life in general. So let's look at that, and I want to share with you some slides here. This is a map that I have created for total well-being that is based on some research that we have done at Gallup. Gallup is the organization where they do polls but ask questions. But well-being depends on, includes everything except spiritual well-being, which I'll talk about in a moment. But our well-being depends on our career well-being, our social well-being, our physical well-being, our community well-being, our financial well-being. These are inseparable. You can't isolate one from the other. As I said, this does not address spiritual well-being, which I shall also address in a few moments. So let's look at these elements of well-being. Career well-being is, are you happy in your daily activity, whatever that is? It could be a mother, you could be a mother, that could be a career, a journalist, a photographer, whatever. But do you do something that gives you opportunity to experience your strength every day? It turns out that if you are in a job where your boss ignores you, you have the likelihood of 40% disengagement, which means that you really don't want to go to work. In fact, today we know that more people die of heart attacks in our civilization on Monday morning at 9 o'clock because people hate their jobs. This is an extraordinary accomplishment for which only the human species can take credit, because presumably no other animal knows the difference between Monday and Tuesday. If your boss is critical of you, does not ignore you, you actually get better. 22% active disengagement, because human beings want to be noticed. And if you're not noticed, you're going to be unhappy. So even if you're noticed for criticism, you feel better. On the other hand, if your boss focuses on the single strength that you have, your disengagement falls to less than 1%. This has a lot to do with health, because as we disengage and actively disengage, we start to fall ill as well. What's the difference between disengaged and actively disengaged? Actively disengaged people are not only unhappy, but they come to work with the specific intention of making other people unhappy. The cost in the United States of disengaged people and actively disengaged people, economic cost is about $300 billion. On the other hand, if you find a person who shares your passion, if you're inspired and you inspire them, if you socialize with people you enjoy working with, and if you do what you like every day, then this is going to have a major impact on your well-being. And today, well-being is the number one thing we need to study in the entire world. At Gallup, we score well-being for individuals, for communities, for businesses, for countries. And if you score more than 70 out of 100, you're thriving, which means your future is very good. If you score between 40 and 70, you're struggling, which means you really need to look into these buckets of well-being. And if you score less than 40, you're suffering, and you're going to be seriously ill in the near future. Okay, we have methods of doing this for people for communities, for businesses, and for countries. You're curious, I'm sure, to see where is the United States on this. The United States is number 13 on well-being. Countries close to us, like Canada, are way ahead of us. Canada is number 2. Puerto Rico is ahead, even though it's part of the United States. And so is Costa Rica and many other countries. Denmark is number 1. This kind of scoring helps us assess the future not only of individuals, as I said, but of communities and businesses and organizations and countries. And it correlates with everything from social unrest to GDP in the long run, to employment, to the quality of leadership, to hospital admissions, and to crime. So all the things that I just mentioned are correlated with well-being. The second bucket of well-being is social well-being, which has to do with your emotional network of relationships. So the best moments of our life almost always involve the presence of another person. And our data shows that if you have a happy friend, your happiness score goes up by 15%. But if you have a happy friend who also has a happy friend, it goes up another 10%. And if your happy friend has a happy friend, it keeps going up. To the point where our data is convincing enough to reveal that the happiness of your perceived enemies improves your happiness. So the best way to get rid of your enemy is to increase their capacity for happiness. Because happiness has to do with well-being. It has to do with how our brain works, how the neurotransmitters in our brain operate, how they regulate our immune system and our cardiovascular system. Everything that happens in our body is related to our moods and feelings and emotions. So there's other data here which says if you have an obese friend, your obesity is 50% more likely, etc., etc. If your best friend is on an active and good diet, you're 7 times more to follow that. So when you mix social interactions with physical activity and you expand your network of friends, you also improve your well-being. The third aspect of well-being is what we call directly related to physical well-being. And I'm sure today you'll hear a lot about nutrition and all the best diets in the world. And as you know, there's a diet bestseller every 2 months or every 2 weeks sometimes. But ancient wisdom traditions tell us that the best diet on the planet is that which has the energy of the sun, because the sun is the source of all life on our planet. And so the energy of the sun comes to us in the form of 6 tastes and 7 colors of the rainbow. We call these the 6 tastes of life and the 7 colors of the rainbow. And these foods, which are here, these are the most intelligent foods on our planet. They're called phytochemicals. Phyto means light. And so chemicals derived from the energy of the sun are the most intelligent nutrients in our body. And these directly have effects in our body, such as anti-inflammatory effects, anti-carcinogens, anthocyanidins, and antioxidants. There are fancy names for them. But if you eat food that comes directly and is connected to the energy of the sun, as I said, the 6 tastes of life, sweet, sour, salt, bitter, pungent, and astringent. And sweet doesn't mean sugar. It means the sweet aftertaste that comes in natural foods. Then you will be taking in all the intelligence of the universe. And so too the 7 colors of the rainbow, but mostly these colors which are high in phytochemicals. But taking in the food has to be combined with physical activity in order that that food is properly metabolized. And many people say, well, I don't have enough energy, I'm doing so many things, I don't have energy for physical activity. In fact, it is physical activity that causes you to have more energy. If you say, I'm too tired to move, that's just when you should move. Your moods, your immune function, people who have cancer, people who are tired, people who have inability to go to sleep benefit from exercise. Sleep. It's a very interesting phenomenon. Every animal sleeps. And that is because our bodies follow the rhythms of the universe. And there are 4 kinds of rhythms in our body. There's the circadian rhythm, which is a rhythm that is there in our body as a result of the spinning of the earth on its own axis. There's a seasonal rhythm. The seasonal rhythm is a result of the earth going around the sun. There are lunar rhythms, which occur as a result of the relationship of the earth, the sun, and the moon, and their movements in relationship to each other. And then there are rhythms, which we call tidal rhythms, which are a result of the gravitational effects not only of the sun and the moon on the oceans, but of the total universe on the ocean. Why is that important to us? Well, 65% of our body is ocean. It's water. In our evolutionary history, once upon a time, we all lived in the ocean. And as we learned to come to land, we brought the ocean with us. And it's in our body. All our body fluids are similar to the ocean. So there are complicated rhythms that govern the symphony of the universe in our body. Our body dances to the music of the cosmos. We dance, every cell in our body dances to the music of the cosmos. As I said, we dance to it even though we can't name the tune. And a healthy body is one that is in synchronicity with the rest of the cosmos. A healthy body has biological rhythms that are fine-tuned. And one of the ways we fine-tune to the rhythms of the cosmos is sleep. In fact, now more and more research is showing that sleep improves our creativity, it improves the quality of our emotions and moods, it recharges not only our physical body, but it also triggers healing mechanisms. And ultimately, those who are rested in deep sleep, they are able to get in touch with their spirit, the core consciousness that we call the soul, the self, which is the self of the universe. And when sleep is combined with meditation, in other words, you add to the effects of sleep through restful awareness and meditation, through exercise, then you have maximized the effect. Ultimately, all these things are important to keeping our body close to ideal weight, because your weight is a measure of how tuned in you are to the elements and forces of nature and the activity of nature as it is operating through your biological system. But as I said earlier, physical well-being is not by itself. It has to do with what the 2 elements I spoke of about earlier, the career well-being and social well-being. The 4th bucket of well-being is financial well-being, which at the moment in our country is in a bit of a crisis, because we've created a culture where people spend money to buy things that they don't need to impress people that they don't like with money that they haven't yet earned. So when we create a system, as you see Denmark and Canada have better health and well-being because they have systems where they have default systems for automated payments and savings, where there is a culture of more giving, where people spend on experience rather than on things. When you spend on things, you get bored with the thing that you spend it on. If you've got an iPhone 4 and now want an iPhone 5, in 6 months there'll be an iPhone 6. And so it becomes a treadmill. And people who spend on experiences, they anticipate the experience, they enjoy the experience, they have fond memories of the experience, which bring them back to the experience and have an effect on their biology. The final bucket of well-being is community well-being, because we all live as part of a community. When events are organized for us, such as this event, for example, it's in a sense a community of people who are part of the Lions community. When you connect with people who have shared passion, as we are doing today, when you volunteer at least 4 hours a week. In India, we have very interesting words for this process. Simran means remembering your spiritual nature. Satsang means getting together, and Seva means service. Then you enhance community well-being. And all these 5 buckets of well-being then, community, social, financial, physical, and career, go to make up our total well-being score. Now, before I finish, which I will when my time is up, I want to emphasize a couple of things that this research does not address. Okay, so let me go back to our mind map, total well-being. Our research does not address, although this research is very good in predicting the future. This research will tell you how likely you are to fall sick. For a community or a country, it also shows what the future incidence or present incidence of crime is, or hospital admissions, or the quality of leadership. In fact, we were doing this research, we still do it. We were doing it a while ago, before the fall of Tunisia and Libya and Egypt. And we were able to share this information with the State Department because we knew that these countries were going to fail. When a country's well-being drops less than 40%, and the United States, by the way, today is 57%, so it's not that great. We need to be over 70 in these 5 buckets to be thriving. But when a country's well-being drops to less than 40%, that means there's going to be epidemics of disease, of obesity, or malnutrition, of cancer, of autoimmune illnesses, of infections, because they all have to do with the dynamic activity, which is our total body. Okay? It's very important for us to recognize this is the best predictor. And once we know what's wrong, then we know how to correct. You realize that none of this has anything to do with drugs or pharmaceuticals or technology or anything else. Does technology have a future in our well-being? And I think technology has a great future if we use it judiciously, if we use it wisely. But we know today, and I say this with hesitation when there are mainstream physicians there as well, but I say it anyway, we know today that the number one heart procedure that is performed in hospitals, and I'm sure soon we'll have Mehmet Oz here, who's a cardiac surgeon, but you should know that coronary artery bypass graft surgery, which is the most common procedure in hospitals, which costs us about $100 billion a year, it only improves lifespan in 1% of people who receive coronary artery bypass for stable angina. Not for unstable angina, where it can save your life, but most of the surgery we do is for stable angina. Similarly, angioplasty increases lifespan in 2% of people with stable angina. But yet, that costs us about $200 million a year. We know that almost 99% of back surgery does not improve back pain. We know that most hysterectomies done in our country are unnecessary. So when we add up all these procedures that we have, which can be very useful in certain cases, we realize the enormous expense with very marginal benefit. We know that 80% of the drugs and pharmaceuticals that we use are of what is called optional and marginal benefit, which means if you didn't use them, it wouldn't make a bit of a difference to the natural history of the illness, would probably save you money and side effects. Now, I'm sure you watch TV, and I'm sure you see commercials from pharmaceuticals. Have you ever watched them carefully? It doesn't matter what is being advertised. It could be something for acid reflux. It could be something for sleep. It could be something for mild hypertension. But just see, after they advertise it, what they say. They start telling you it could cause sexual impotence. Then they run through the entire gamut of side effects, and in the end, they tell you it could cause death. So we start with sexual impotence, we end with death, and yet we buy the stuff, knowing that 80% of it is of no use whatsoever. Now, having said this, I do see a bright future for certain types of technologies. For example, I'm wearing right now about 5 biosensors. See, I'm totally wired up right now. So these are 5 biosensors that I'm wearing, and they measure everything. Amount of calories I'm expending, my heart rate, my skin temperature, my perspiration, my skin resistance, heart rate variability, sleep, all this is being measured. Now, of course, the best biosensor is how do you feel? Do you have a joyful, energetic body? Do you have a restful and alert mind? Well, that's the best biosensor. Okay, if your body feels joyful and energetic, then that's the best biosensor you have. But in our day and age, people like to measure these things. And when you start to measure these things, it actually increases your ability to sense what's happening in your body. And it increases also the biofeedback, or what I should say, biofeedback helps bioregulation. So you learn to use activity, sleep, mind-body techniques, mental activity, stress management, meditation, the right food, and everything I've said to assess in a very accurate way what is happening in your body. So I do believe that this kind of technology has a great future. I also believe that we are in the era where scientists are now beginning to understand the intelligence in our body and to mirror that with very selective technologies where we can accentuate the intelligence of the body, which is the intelligence of the universe in our body. So as we move into the future, these biosensors will also have your medical records there. They will have everything about you there. And they'll also have algorithms which will allow you to change the way you think, the way you feel, and the way you behave, and the way you interact with other people, because you will be knowing internally what you're doing that's causing this disruption in the body. Also, the future is bright when it comes to things like diagnostic procedures, which are more sensitive as long as we use them selectively. It is bright with techniques or technologies called cloning and stem cells, but cloning not from the outside and stem cells not from the outside, but by taking your own cells in your own body and looking at them in a way where you reprogram them to go back to the stem cell state, what we call pluripotential cells, that then can be coaxed into replacing your body parts. I think that's going to happen in the future. It's going to happen where a time will come very soon where you can take some skin cells or saliva cells or blood cells and train them to become pluripotential stem cells and then coax them into replacing body parts. And that could happen in the near future for things like diabetes, for things like kidney disease, etc., and many other illnesses. So that's a very wonderful future for technology that will begin to understand the inner intelligence of our own bodies, which is the ultimate and supreme genius and mirrors the wisdom of the universe. So technology has a role. The future of technology is bright if we learn to use it selectively. But if technology distracts us, if technology creates stress, then, of course, technology is harmful. So technology by itself is both unstoppable and also neutral. How we use our technology, mindfully or not, will determine the future of our well-being. Okay, so this is most of what I wanted to speak to you about as the future of well-being. What it doesn't address here, none of this, is the fact that human beings have a problem, despite everything, of finding happiness in their lives. And this search for happiness and the unhappiness that we experience, even though we have it all, as a fairly affluent country in the world, results in biological disruption. So recently, there has been a lot of interest in what is called the happiness formula, if you will. Social scientists have paid a lot of attention into what makes people happy. Here is the happiness formula as described by social scientists. H is equal to S plus C plus V. I'll repeat that. H is equal to S plus C plus V. H stands for happiness. S stands for set point in the brain. The set point in the brain is a brain mechanism that allows you to see the future as bright or the future as a problem. It's your personal way of looking at the world. So happy people have a high set point, have a good set point for happiness, in that challenges make them feel that they have opportunities. Whereas unhappy people look at the same situation and see problems. You might ask, how is the set point determined? And the set point is determined through childhood, in the first 3 or 4 years of life. So if your parents were always complaining, condemning, criticizing, playing the victim, then you grow up to do that because your neurons mirror the neurons of your environment. So most people's set point for happiness, which the set point determines about 50% of our daily happiness experience, is determined in the first 3 years of life. When you hear this news first, you say it's a bad news because you didn't have anything to creating your set point. Your first reaction might be, I'm screwed, because I didn't do anything to create my set point. The fact is you didn't have anything to create your set point, but you can change it. You can change it through self-reflection. You can change it through meditation. You can change it with the information I gave you. When you start to examine your limiting beliefs and you reflect on them, what is called contemplative self-inquiry, then the set point changes. Okay, that's 40% to 50% of our happiness experience on a daily basis. The second part of the formula is C. C stands for conditions of living, material conditions. Now, this apparently influences our set point only by about 10 to 12%. So if you win the lottery today, you'll be very happy for a few weeks. In about 6 months, you'll plateau, even if you win $20 million. And in about 1 year, you'll return to your set point. Okay, and in about 5 years, you may be an unhappier person because money becomes your identity. Okay, so conditions of living influence our happiness by about 10 to 12% on a daily basis. The third part of our happiness formula has to do with the daily choices we make, what is called V. So H is equal to S plus C plus V. V stands for voluntary choices. These are the choices we make on a daily basis. And the choices come in two categories. The first are choices for personal pleasure. And they include things like, I wonder if you know what the number one choice for personal pleasure is in the United States. Anyone? Food, no, that's number 2. Sex is number 3. It would have helped if it was number 1. But guess what? Shopping. So we have a very interesting word in our culture. We call human beings consumers. Imagine calling a luminous stardust being with self-awareness a consumer. But that's the word we have because we give such a high priority to consumption. And so shopping is the number one cause of choices for personal pleasure, and then it's food and alcohol and entertainment and sex. That's the first category of choice. Do those choices make us happy? Yes, transiently. But they don't give us permanent happiness. Permanent happiness comes from fulfillment. And fulfillment is a result of all these things we mentioned, but it also comes from using our creativity and finding meaning and purpose in our life. And fulfillment comes from making other people happy. In fact, the fastest way for you to be happy instantly is to make someone else happy. If you do that by giving them a little attention, a little appreciation, a little affection, you will immediately change the chemistry of your body and your neuroimmune endocrine system. So those are choices that give us fulfillment, and that determines 40% of our daily happiness experience. So you say, well, I have all this information. I can make choices to use this information in a proper way. I also have the happiness formula. Does that guarantee that I'll be happy and healthy? And the answer is it does not. It'll make you happier and healthier, but happiness in human beings is more complicated. We have something called existential unhappiness, which means we are happy, but we worry that we won't be happy in the future. Okay. We also think about the past, and we have resentments and grievances from the past. So psychologists will tell you that if you kick a dog, the dog will also remember. Dogs have memories. If you meet the dog 5 years later, the dog might attack you. But unlike a human being, a dog won't plan for 5 years how to get even. That's a human trait. And it's the cause of a lot of anguish and unhappiness. If you look at all the wars right now, they're about the past. They're about past injustice, resentments, grievances. So Nelson Mandela said very wisely, having a resentment is like drinking poison and hoping it will kill your enemy. It doesn't work. Existential unhappiness also comes from, as I said, thinking about the future, particularly as people get older, they start to worry about infirmity and death. They start to worry about infirmity and death. As human beings, we know that we're going to die, and it's a source of anxiety for all of us. For this reason, the great wisdom traditions say you can have all this information, but until you touch a part of yourself that is timeless, that is beyond death, which is your own spirit, you will still have anxiety and fear. The only way to get over total anxiety and fear is to touch that part of yourself that does not die. So in the wisdom traditions of the East anyway, they say the causes of existential suffering are not knowing your true self, the addiction to that which is impermanent, the fear of that which is impermanent, identifying with your ego, which is a socially induced hallucination, and the fear of death. And these 5 causes are contained in your first cause, not knowing your true self, which is beyond your body and mind, which is beyond space and time, which is the eternal spirit that is at the heart of the universe. And if you get in touch with your true self, that will be the only thing that will provide you the ticket to freedom. In our Eastern traditions, that is called enlightenment. Okay, so thank you very much for having me this morning. And if you wish to continue this conversation, you can come to any of these social network websites, which are the extension of our brain, which is now becoming a global brain. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It was more than okay.
Thank you.
Am I on? I'll take this. I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, it's not easy for Deepak to get here today. After all, he is very, very busy, and he is now on his way back to the East Coast. Is that not right?
No, I'm staying till the evening. So
He's
I'm
staying
here.
till the
Yeah.
evening, right? So we'll
My
see
body
him.
is busy, I'm not.
Yes, right. So I want you to know that meditation, for me, which started between 40 and 50 years old, I'm 76 now. I looked older then than I look now. How did that happen, Deepak? What happened? You taught us to meditate, and we got younger. In my heart, in my body. Not the way I look, because I look like I'm 76, but I'm a very happy camper. Thank you, Deepak, for all the years.
Again, I'm going to have past Sister Governor Esther Lee coming up, and we're going to co-introduce one of the most dynamic, funny, educational speakers you're ever going to hear. Tom Sullivan has been a Lion for many, many years. He's been involved with many of the programs that we do, especially involving sight. And Esther will do a more formal invitation and announcement of Tom.
I'm so privileged to introduce this person. We met him last February, and we were so touched and moved by his talk to us. That's why I told Eleanor we should have him at this symposium. Tom Sullivan is known to many as an actor. And have you seen Mork and Mindy? Designing Women, Touched by an Angel, Stairway to Heaven. He is also a singer, entertainer, author, and producer. Blind since birth, Sullivan has led an incredible life. and his experiences and positive outlook have been inspirational to countless others. Having spent early part of his career pursuing his ambition as a singer and composer, he gained prominence and major recording contracts. Thanks to Tom's public life, he has been privileged to become one of America's most sought-after motivational speakers. He also wrote a number of books. A few of them is Seeing Lessons, which is outside if you need them. If You Could See What I Hear. Turning adversity into opportunity and fear into strength is the gift that Tom Sullivan offers you, using his story and pursuit of excellence as a powerful personal example. So to our Lions and guests, we thank you for coming, and I bring you Tom Sullivan and Patty, wife of 44 years, and his precious dog. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you, Esther.
Nice job. All right, I'm going to take you to the podium, and there is a computer, so don't mess around with
Don't fool with the computer.
Don't fool with the computer.
Sit down, Baron. That beautiful woman is the best thing a blind person could have ever found in life. That's Patty. Yeah. And I brought this handsome animal with me because his name is Edison. And he's going to be Edison. I said, that's amazing. His name is Baron, and I'll tell you why I said Edison in a minute. His name is Baron, and Baron is here because a major part of what I'm going to talk about this morning is the relationship between dependence, independence, and interdependence. And it applies so much to things that Deepak was speaking about. When he spoke of contexts in which we live, our physical bodies, our social engagement, our community participation, all of these things relate to an idea that comes from the Greeks. Holistheia, they say. Mind, soul, heart, body. Treat the entire patient. Treat the entire human. Treat the entire species. And I want to start with the physical question first. You may not have figured it out, but I'm blind. And actually, probably my favorite sense of that, my favorite engagement with that, came from a little 4-year-old boy who I met a while back. His name was Jason. And Jason was with his parents at an event I was speaking at, and he kept looking at me, and I guess he had decided that somehow I wasn't looking back at him. And this began to bother him. And he wanted to understand it. And so he finally got down on his hands and knees in front of me, and he was just doing this. Now, in his mind, he's saying, I don't understand it. Why isn't he reacting to that? Why isn't he involved? He's doing this. And he finally decided to have the courage to say to me, Mr. Sullivan, yes, Jason, he was from Texas. Mr. Sullivan, is there something wrong with your eyes? I said, well, yes, Jason, I'm blind. He went, oh. I said, Jason, do you understand what blind means? He went, nope. I said, Jason, it means my eyes are broken. Oh. Now I've really got to get it across to him. I said, Jason, it's like having a broken toy. And he started to jump up and down because his brain was, really clicking now. He's jumping up and down. He went, well, want me to wind him up? I mean, I think he thought you put a thing in my butt and twisted it and everything would be perfect. We know that's not the case. But here's what I want you to know. I've enjoyed a world of 4 glorious senses. Touch, smell, taste, and sound. Patty and I live in Palos Verdes in Southern California. And every morning, I take this beautiful dog and leave the house and run from our house to the beach. It's 5 in the morning when we go. It's dark out. But that doesn't matter because the dog guides me perfectly. The dog can see in the dark. His senses are alive in the dark. We arrive at the beach, and I stand at the top of the cliff before we start my morning run. There are whoop, we lost power. Audio's going, there it is. Thank you, audio. There are 15 different kinds of waves that you can hear on my beach. All the way from the ones at low tide that sort of roar over sandbars like a cannonade in a war zone, to the ones at high tide that come together in a dull thud like Muhammad Ali just hit Joe Frazier with a body punch. There's 11 different kinds of sand on my beach. There are over 50 kinds of birds that you can hear in the mornings, particularly the seagulls, as they're diving for fish. About 5 miles out, there's a bell buoy, and the sound of the bell buoy on a foggy morning, blending with the foghorns, creates an audio picture that's unbelievable. At about the 3-mile mark of the run, there's a restaurant up above the cliffs that opens at 6. And the smells of bacon, eggs, and hot coffee and blueberry muffins comes drifting down and blends with the smell of eucalyptus and lilac and orange blossom and single-cell life clinging to sedimentary rock and weed and kelp and that astounding smell of the ocean. All of it available. And then the dog and I are running faster because we're a mile from the finish. He breathes 4 times for every one of mine. And as I hold his harness, it's like being a water skier on the end of a tow rope. The sun breaks through, and I rip my shirt off and feel the first rays on my shoulders. And then we hear them. It's the sound of the sea lions that live at the far end of the beach on the rocks. And they're calling us in. They're our Olympic audience, calling us to treasure the moment, treasure the day, engage. Why am I telling you this? So the Greeks have that wonderful word, holistheia, they say, right? Mind, soul, heart, body. Engage the whole of who we are. Mind, soul, heart, body. The physical element in my case was that I was blind. Physical element in my case was that I was blind. I was born 3 months premature. I was in a hurry to get here. My parents brought me home, and now we begin to come to some part of the social aspect that Deepak talked about. The social aspect is that families never ever want to come to terms with the idea that they have a child with a disability. And what does that mean, by the way, disability? It just means abilities have to be found. But my parents brought me home, and it's always the mothers that figure it out first. My mother was no exception. When she began to worry about my eyes, she put a colored mobile above my crib and hoped that I'd pay attention to it. She opened the blinds and let the light in and prayed that I'd be interested. She'd move around the room and hope I'd follow her with my eyes. None of those things happened. Finally, she went to my father and she said, "Tom, I think something's wrong with Tommy's eyes." My father was a larger-than-life Irish character, born in the village of Kinsale in Ireland. And my father could never use the word blind. He'd say, "My son is sightless. He's visually impaired. He's disabled. He's handicapped." He also joins an interesting statistic, a frightening statistic. The national divorce rate in America is what, 47% most years, but 47 to 50%? Among families with blind children, the divorce rate's 87%. And my father joined that statistic. But at the time, my mother said to him, "Tom, something's wrong with Tommy's eyes." He said, "Oh my God, Marie, he's perfect, isn't he? Look at him, he's my child." Finally, she talked him into bringing me to an ophthalmologist, a German doctor with the bedside manner of a Hun. His name was Friedrich Virchow. And he did the eye exam. And I know this story is true because my oldest sister, I have two, my sister Jean was 15 years older than I am, and my sister Peg was 8 years older, which suggests how often Irish Catholics have sex, but that's a whole other problem. And so Jean was there, and the doctor said, Mr. and Mrs. Sullivan, your child is blind. Put him in an institution. Lock him up. Put him someplace where he'll be safe. The physical well-being, the engagement with the idea that I'm a blind person who treasures the senses now, wasn't the holistic approach that was offered to me as a child. They sent me to Perkins School for the Blind, 38 acres on the Charles River, surrounded by a 12-foot-high fence. It was my personal prison. I hated it there. But I do hold a record at Perkins. I was expelled 11 times. The first time they kicked me out, I was 8. And it's because I had gone down to the kitchen in the middle of the night and stolen chocolate chip cookies and brought them upstairs and gave them to all the little blind kids, and they got cookie dough all over their sheets. And so I was in the principal's office the next day when she came in. And this is where all of you come in. Because no one has done more for the community of blind children. Remember, I said physical, social, community, taking right from Deepak. No one has done more for blind children on this earth than Lions International. You are the single most important support, caring bridge to allow blind people to achieve a sense of independence. And remember, I said we're going to talk about dependence, interdependence, and dependence. Helen Keller. I was in the principal's chair when Miss Keller came into that office. I was 8, and the wonderful Helen Keller was 80. And she came into the office with her guide, Polly, and I was in the punishment chair. And Polly said to Helen that there was a little boy who was blind. And Helen asked, well, why is he there? And Polly said, because I had stolen cookies. And I heard this beautiful little voice. She said, little boy, they tell me you're a devil. Is that right, little boy? And I took her beautiful hand and spelled, yes. And she went, good, keep it up. I was 8 and Helen Keller was 80, and she changed my life. So much of what Deepak spoke about dealt with what we're doing about ourselves, how the mind, soul, and body are interacting. But I'm here to offer the second concept, and that's that we are not dependent and not independent, but interdependent. When I was speaking about running in the morning, holding this beautiful animal's harness as we run, I'm feeling the pull of his harness as he guides me, and he's fulfilling his best sense of self. He's believing in himself. He's believing that as he guides his master through the run every morning, he's finding the ultimate in personal joy. That's why community and that's why Lions become so central to the themes discussed here. The Greeks have it right when they say holistheia, mind, soul, heart, body. Treat the whole patient, yes? Not just how we treat ourselves in mind, soul, and body, but how do we interact? What's our goal? And that's community. And I think I want to share with you some feelings about the way in which others work to care. So my father left my mother. And I was a little blind child praying, hoping that along with my own growth, someone would love me. His name was Joe Leahy, a Boston Irish cop, a Lion for 46 years. It was Joe Leahy who would show up on Fridays at the blind school at Perkins to drive me home because my father wasn't around. It was Joe Leahy who took me to Red Sox games. And we'd sit out in Sunbum's Alley, the bleachers in center field, and I'd have a radio and Joe would kind of fill in the announcer's stuff and give me too many hot dogs and Cokes and peanuts. It was Joe who made sure that I had my first Perkins Braille writer. It was Joe who was there at my high school graduation, and it was Joe who was the proudest Lion on earth when Tom went to Harvard. Why do I want to tell you this? Because none of us find our paths alone. And I also think it's kind of critical that each of us decide how we see life. So much of what Deepak was speaking about was a look at life, I want to say externally. By that I mean he was reflecting on the sciences of the external body. I believe that life operates in an entirely different process. I think the key to true living, whether it's in the information you'll gain from Dr. Oz or whether it's in the framing of mind, soul, heart, body that Deepak so eloquently speaks of, is when we say to ourselves, wait a minute, aren't we supposed to look at life inside out rather than outside in? And that's why being blind is so central for me today to talk to you about, because I've learned looking at it inside out. I've learned looking at it inside out provides me with an opportunity that very few people really understand. And it is that I can learn to turn disadvantages into advantages. So let me be as clear with you as I can. The best thing that ever happened to me is that I'm blind. Now that lesson came hard. But the best thing that ever happened to me is that I'm blind. And it's because in my lifetime, and I so want this to come across, in my lifetime I have never met an ugly person unless they wanted to be. How about that, huh? Never met an ugly person unless they wanted to be. And I've framed the idea of turning disadvantage into advantage, but it brings me to a central piece of interdependence that connects beyond what the dog does, connects to what we do as people. I was interdependent with my Uncle Joe because as a lion, Joe was fulfilling his best self. But as a person, I was gaining because of what Lions Clubs did for me. Holistheia, mind, soul, heart, body, treat the whole patient. And then I think I need to tell you about this idea of turning disadvantage into advantage. It comes on a couple of levels. First, for me, it came when I found my first friend. My father had built a fence around my backyard because he wanted me in his head to be safe. An 8-foot-high chain-link fence. Down the street from the house where I lived, there was a baseball field. And every day I used to hear the sound of the game, the sound of the bat hitting the ball and the ball popping into people's gloves as they played. And I desperately wanted to be in the ball game. But I was behind this 8-foot fence. And the only way I could connect to baseball was with a portable radio that I'd bring outside and put on a tree stump. And I'd turn on the Red Sox games. My father gave me a Louisville Slugger bat. And I used to find rocks on the ground and throw them up in the air and try to hit a home run with Ted Williams and pray that someday I would break out of that yard. But I needed someone to make it happen. And I believe, folks, in miracles. The Lions were a miracle for me. And Billy Hannon was a miracle for me. Billy and his brother Michael moved into the house that had just been built right next door to mine. And I would hear them playing ball in their yard. Here's what I want to say about human potential. In every life, there are fences to climb. And if we went around this wondrous auditorium and had conversations with everyone here, we would find out that whether your fence was physical or emotional, whether your fence was spiritual or psychological, you would agree that somewhere in your life, somewhere in your consciousness, somewhere in who you are, there's a fence, a high fence to climb. My fence was an 8-foot-high chain-link fence. But I needed a miracle to happen to make me believe I had a place in the world. And the miracle was Billy and his brother Mike. I used to hear them playing ball in the next yard. And it made me realize in those moments that somehow I needed to climb that fence and get to them. It was May 7th, 1957. And I grabbed the chain link and pulled myself up, hand over hand, hand over hand, hand over hand, until I finally got to the top and stood up there like Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm king of the world, I said. And I leaped into space and crashed on the ground, and the two little boys came running over. And Billy Hannon, who's been my best pal for 55 years, looked down at this heap on the ground, and with his Boston accent, he said, "Wow." He said, "That was a gnarly fall." He said, "I'm Bill Hannon." I said, "I'm Tom Sullivan and I'm blind." And he went, "Wow." And then this little boy said the three most important words I'll ever hear. Billy said, "Want to play? Want to hope? Want to dream? Want to believe in the unlimited possibilities of the human spirit? Want to believe that no one has to be limited by limitation, huh? No one has to be limited by limitation. We can rise above our physical disability. We can rise above our psychological limitations defined by social mores. We can rise above the conceptions that others place on us in the way we are labeled. We can rise above family adversity. We can rise above national and international doubt. We can rise. And Billy made it possible for me to do that. It was Billy who showed up the next day, only this time he was wearing every kind of catcher's equipment a kid could wear. A mask, a chest protector, rib pads, hip pads, elbow pads, knee pads, because he had decided that a blind guy was going to throw a hard object at him. Billy taught me to play baseball. Billy taught me to play football. Billy taught me to wrestle, but I taught Billy how two little boys could sit on the ground, one with a braille book of Huck Finn and the other with a print book of Tom Sawyer, and read to each other. I taught Billy how two little boys could sit in my mother's living room with a tape recorder and make up movies using every kind of sound effect we could find in the house. Billy taught me about rainbows. And I taught Billy about how everybody needs to believe that they're equal. And this sums up the role that we each have to play in each other's lives and why blindness does not need to be limited by disability, because a whole bunch of people called Lions are out there to make a difference. I got a call from Billy's daughter, Karen. She's the middle daughter in Billy's family. And I was being invited to fly to Boston and be the celebrant at Karen and Nick's wedding, meaning I was going to marry them. You can get a one-day permit to be a judge. And it was a beautiful, beautiful ceremony. And afterwards, they had the big after-wedding dinner, and the dancing started, but it was an Irish wedding, and so Billy and I did the YMCA with push-ups in the middle. And there were only 3 fights, which was good. I thought that was good. And at the end of the wedding, Billy was sitting over at the bar waiting for me. And, you know, everybody has character weaknesses. One of mine is Middleton Irish whiskey. Well, Billy had a bottle of it. And we sat together and frankly drank too much. And when the father of the bride does that, they become very emotional. And Billy said, "Listen, you remember when we were 10? I said, "Yeah." He said, "You remember that I was the only person that ever loved you?" Well, yeah. "You remember that I taught you everything you know, right? I taught you how to play baseball, football, box." "Yeah, you did." "What do you want?" He said, "You remember when I taught you how to fish?" I said, "Yeah, that was great. I mean, we went to the town pier, and I had a little rod and reel, and I dropped the line down, and I caught my first flounder." And then, "Bill, do you remember how great it was? I mean, I caught 9 more." He said, "No, you didn't." I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" "No, I didn't." He said, "I just put it back on the hook 9 times. Stay. The mark of a true friend. So where are we with all this? What is it that I'm trying to add to what Deepak said and what other communicators will bring you today? It's that I believe that we are not a dependent society and not an independent society. We are an interdependent society. And our health and well-being depends on our capacity to recognize that we are interdependent. We are also interdependent in the concepts that Deepak brought us. Mind, soul, heart, body, holistheia, the Greeks say, right? That's our interdependence. We are interdependent based around our commitment one to another. That's the concept of volunteerism. That's the concept fundamental to Lionism. We, us, you and me, we have the capacity to turn every single disadvantage in life into advantages. And how do we do that in the matrix of our health? How do we turn our disadvantages into advantages? Here's the first critical word, folks. If you want to write anything down, write this stuff. The first critical word from me in terms of my sense of holistheia, mind, soul, heart, body, or a healthy lifestyle, is pride. But I don't define pride in the usual terms, that is to say, I'm proud of something. I define it based on its responsibility, and that responsibility is pride, personal responsibility for individual daily effort. Nothing comes easy. The fit body has to decide to work at it. The fit mind has to decide to engage in it. The fit self-worth is only supported by reinforcing it. Pride is a personal element. It takes responsibility, and by that I mean a discipline to engage in not just who you are, but what you want to be. What's your self-picture? My picture comes inside out, not outside in. I'm interested in the outside. I want to be healthy. I want to be fit. But I know that at my core, the sense of who I am as a human being shines out from inside out, and that's my light. I don't have a visual light, but oh boy, do I have an emotional one, a mental one, an engaged mind light. Looking at it inside out. Pride, personal responsibility for individual daily effort. Pride in what? Pride in the people I share this planet with. Pride in every human that's in this room. Because we are inhabitants of this globe spinning through space. We are human beings who are exorcised by the pulls and tugs of gravitation. Personal responsibility for individual daily effort, pride in people, the joy we get from each other. And then there's an element that's so central to everyone in this room, whether you're 15 or 90. And that's purpose. What is your purpose? What are you here for? The true health that Deepak and Dr. Oz will talk about is enhanced only if each and every human here says, I am purposeful. I am a purposeful human. Pride in being people who are of good purpose. And then here's the last word from my part of this morning. The word is passion. To be a passionate human. None of the elements of true health that Deepak discussed or that Dr. Oz will speak of can find their place in life unless you are a passionate human. The pride you feel in self-worth comes from the honest fulfillment of engagement with others and a true sense of purpose molded by the catalyst of passion. And it doesn't matter whether we're talking about mental health, spiritual health, or emotional, or community health. Those frames of human engagement find their essence when we are willing first to look at life inside out rather than outside in, commit ourselves to a sense of personal responsibility for individual daily effort, treasure the uniqueness of each other as people, and find a purposeful extension of who we are through the expression of our passions. Find a personal extension of the best of who we are through the expression of our passions. So Virov looked at my father and said, put him in an institution. And the world often looks at people with disability and questions whether they have a purpose. My life purpose is being extraordinarily fulfilled. First, because I'm blessed to be loved by that pretty woman. And secondly, because I have a dog that doesn't know any better. All he does is love. And third, because audiences like you and the books I write provide me with a sense of true purpose and passion. But 65, 66 years ago when I was born, it wasn't that way. And since so much of what Eleanor and Esther and Bill and everyone is, and Bob, everyone is doing here is about children's health. I don't know, this sort of says it. I believe the children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love, the greatest love of all. Thanks for a great morning. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, give me this. Thank you, Doc.
Isn't he everything I said he would be? He's just a phenomenal man. Phenomenal. Thank you. Let's hear it again for him. Tom? And again, here's Dr. Eleanor Brittner.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Let's see. Today, we have a doctor here, Dr. Paul Lin, one of my favorite people. I think Dr. Lin has been treating me for the past almost 40 years. Close. 35? Something like that? Yeah. So this is what the doctor does when she needs treatment. She goes to the doctor. This doctor, Paul Lin, who is an integrative medical doctor and can take care of just about any need. I know because both my husband and I take care to go to him at every turn. I double check out everything. Lots of times with my patients, I bring the trouble to Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin takes up the slack. So together, we do a lot of good things, but on his own, he's magnificent. So let me just introduce him and ask him to come over here and say hello to you.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Are you going to talk about all those good things that you do with me? Are you going to give all my secrets away?
That's exactly, I'm going to give some real secrets here today. So even though we're just before lunch, pay attention, guys.
I better run out now.
Yeah, okay. Here's what we're going to do today. And again, it's in keeping just to, the segue is, the things Dr. Chopra, Deepak Chopra and Tom was talking about are absolutely the basis of healing. And then there's also the practicalities. And I'm going to offer people today some things that are important. I'm going to offer you, if you're a woman, I'm going to suggest the way where you can reduce your risk of heart attacks by 83%. This is proven in research. And if you're a man, I'm going to suggest a way where you can reduce your risk of prostate cancer of dying of prostate cancer by 41%. Again, this is in research. So this is so important that I put it I prefer not to use the slides, and put my website up there. And what you're going to see in one of the exhibits is a table where it will say what Dr. Lin has to say, and just go ahead and pick up the information about how to get the bibliography of what I'm going to talk about today. Okay? So, first of all, how many women here are taking calcium supplements? Raise your hand. In some form or another. Okay? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the statistic is that 43% of American adults are taking calcium supplements, either alone or in conjunction with others, as a multiple. There's a research study, again, that will be part of the bibliography, called the Heidelberg Study, which came out in the media, kind of made a 24-hour media, then disappeared from the site. But there's 30,000 women were followed in Europe, and it found that those women who were taking calcium supplements along with other supplements had an increase of heart attacks by 83%. It's almost double, 83%. Then there was another part of the study that said those women who were taking calcium supplements as a single solitary supplement had an amazing increase of 270% increase in heart attacks over the period of time the study was followed. This is a well-done, double-blind study. So, it's I don't know how much it cost, but it was well worth the cost. Now, when this came out, and again, that's something I have a reference on. So I suggest to people today, to women, as I've been, and this was suggesting in the past 10 years, is do not take calcium supplements. Do not. I suggest that also to men, because men actually have, prior to this study, there was reports that there was an increase in prostate cancer done by studies in New Zealand or Australia in men who were taking calcium supplements. And so, you might say, how did this all come about? And yet, even to this day, after that study's come out, there are still people who are taking calcium supplements. The irony is that for the past 10 years, I've been suggesting to patients, they come to see me as a natural doctor, and I suggest they stop taking their calcium supplements. Then they go and see their more mainstream physicians, and they say, what? What is he saying? Keep taking the calcium supplements. It will make your bones grow. It's important. And the fact is, if you look at the research, there is no research that ever says anywhere in the world that taking a calcium supplement will increase bone density. None. Zero. In fact, those societies that have the highest rate of calcium in their diet, that's the Northern Europeans, also happen to have the highest rate of osteoporosis. So is that something that's surprising to anyone? Who's surprised when I say this? Like there's no research that's ever been formulated. Like calcium supplements is not based on medical research. I've looked it up. It's an offshoot of the dairy industry suggesting that milk was good for your bones. And that was never founded on research. That was in the 1950s and 60s. And when when supplements became in vogue, it was dovetailed from that point of view. So calcium supplements taking a calcium supplement to increase your bone strength has no validity, none, zero in research. It's never been, there's calcium plus, like if I say this and you go and speak to another doctor, he or she would say, well, yeah, but it's the vitamin D in the calcium. That's true. Vitamin D in calcium has excellent research to increase bone density. Vitamin D alone, without calcium, has excellent research to increase bone density. But calcium alone has no research where it will increase bone density. It doesn't exist. So that's one thing to bring up, and it's a way that I want to introduce how we have to start to understand the dynamics of our we're very fortunate now because we have two systems of medicine operating side by side now, and they're both available to us, but we have to use discrimination in how to manage our own health care. So that's one thing I want women to please go to the website, read the article where I've written about calcium supplements, and look at the links and just decide for yourself. But this is one information I want to give that is very practical help, very useful, hopefully, and you'll use it. Now for men, there was a study that was done in 1994 in Finland that was partially funded by the NIH here in America. And they followed 25,000 men and found that by taking 50 units of vitamin E a day, which would be, because vitamin E is water soluble, it'd be equivalent of taking 400 unit vitamin E per week. That if you do that, your risk of prostate cancer in this study, the incidence went down by 33%. The amount of deaths from prostate cancer went down by 41%. So this study has gotten, because it doesn't have a strong marketing system behind it, it hasn't gotten legs, as they say, media legs. There was a study recently that came out that said vitamin E causes prostate cancer. How many people, about a year ago, does anyone remember seeing that in the literature, the media? Raise your hand if you have. Most of you didn't. Well, that's great that you didn't. Because it was out there for, so I got all kinds of calls from people. And I put out a press release to counter that. Because what they did, this is a $200 million study done by oncology, surgical oncologists who specialize in prostate cancer surgery at Cleveland Clinic. But the vitamin E they used was not vitamin E. They used a synthetic vitamin E. Now that's the most commonly sold vitamin E in the United States. Well, they got a risk. Their study was completely different than the one that used the real vitamin E. Their study showed that the prostate cancer risk in their group, this group from Cleveland Clinic, went up by 17% in those who were taking the vitamin E, that they were calling vitamin E, which is not vitamin E, it's not bioidentical. It's a molecule that does not exist in nature. But unfortunately, it's also one that's very inexpensive to create, and it has a long shelf life. So once again, the discrimination there and the wisdom of what we can use practically in our life needs our attention. So again, just going to the website, I'm going to include other bibliography about the Swedish study. So if not only vitamin E at those dosages, I usually tell people to take 400 units twice a week just to be safe of the real vitamin E. In the article I have, you just print it out and go to the health food store and find the one that use the real vitamin E, not the synthetic vitamin E. I had a chaplain come into, a friend of mine's a chaplain, and he couldn't believe what I was saying. So we went to the health food store, and sure enough, he saw that many of them there, even in health food stores, are using the now racemic or the non-bioidentical vitamin E. So that's two things of practicality we can offer you here. Now, how many people are taking medications for blood pressure? Okay. I'm not, but raise your hand. Yeah. Okay. How many people would like to stop their medications of blood pressure? Okay. There's a way you can do it in 80% of the cases. 80%, at least. But this is not based on immediate research. But I can tell you from practicality and from the research around the world, it's very legitimate. The World Health Organization has said that magnesium in our diet has gone down by 40% in the last in the last 40 years. Yeah, in the last 40 years. Now, magnesium, if it's deficient in the body, one of the symptoms of deficient magnesium is high blood pressure. And I found again and again, people taking blood pressure medications, if they start taking adequate amounts of magnesium, about 80% of the time they can actually come off their blood pressure medications altogether. And magnesium doesn't have any risk factors, which high blood pressure medications do have. Is anyone taking lisinopril here as a medication for blood pressure? A few people. Now, do you know that lisinopril is considered a safe medication? I studied it quite a bit initially because it was sort of a mainstream. It's supposed to be helping the heart muscle get stronger, along with lowering blood pressure. Well, it turns out the actual research says 13%. There's a 13% increase in congestive heart failure in those taking lisinopril versus those who are not. So that and the other medications for blood pressure generally, as Dr. Chopra was saying, they're generally churning. At some point, the pharmaceutical companies realized that there wasn't any further breakthroughs to go. So just like if you have a stockbroker and he or she starts to sell some stocks, buy another, sell some, so they're making money on this. But the pharmaceutical companies have found as a business, it's best to introduce new subjects, new medications, even if they're not better, or they can even be worse than the old medications. But it actually economically works for them as a business. So the medication I suggest for blood pressure, if you take any, is the generic version of Hygroton, Hygroton. It's very safe. It's a very old medication. And if you need to take a medication, just take that one. But the point is to use the magnesium, first of all, to see if you can reduce the risk of the need to take the medication altogether. So how many women here are taking statin? You know, statin is a medication to lower cholesterol. Okay, a few. Okay. Now, do you know that there's no research founded anywhere that a woman can benefit from taking Zocor or Lipitor? It doesn't exist. There's a few that says it reduces the risk of heart attacks, but it increases the risk of death from other factors. So in what's called the all-cause mortality, it's a break-even position. So I recommend that women, and I'm going through several things here in a row, and again, I hope I get enough interest that people will follow through and read what I've said on the internet. I don't see, and if somebody has a research article somewhere, show it to me, I don't see the reason for a woman to take calcium supplements. In fact, she'd be better not to. I haven't ever found any authentic research that says a woman should be taking a statin to lower her cholesterol. There's no research anywhere in the world that I can find, and I'm always, like I tell people in my office, if a doctor says you should, ask them for the research, because I'm ready to learn. I mean, I don't know everything there is to know, but up to now, I haven't been able to find any reason for a woman to take a statin. There's no statistical reason. For men, how many men are taking cholesterol-lowering drugs? Less. Okay. Well, cholesterol-lowering drugs for men, unless they have active heart disease, they should not be taken, unless they have high cholesterol plus active heart disease. They should be taking they should not be taking a statin. Men over 65 have 10 times the heart disease that men 45 do. But men over 65 specifically have been shown using statins did not improve their lifespan or their health. Some of the studies show that they did reduce the incidence of heart disease, but it increased the incidence of cancer. And that's so the all-cause mortality, once again, comes out the same, even, But with statins, often people have problems with muscle weakness, and they have other side effects. So the only men who should be taking, the only men or women in this country, based on research, who could be taking a statin, not should, but could be taking a statin, is men between the ages of 45 and 65 who have high cholesterol and proven coronary artery disease. The other people should not be. And just this list I've given today, to go along with Dr. Chopra's comments, if you substitute these medications with things that are used in the natural arena, like magnesium, you're going to get a tremendous better improvement in well-being. Just reducing the medication will do that, especially high blood pressure medication, because the long-term effect of high blood pressure medication, one of them is depression. So, and magnesium is also a treatment for depression, actually, which is research founded. So there are ways we can make use of the principles that were brought out by Dr. Chopra, by Tom, and one of the things Tom includes is I have something like that in my office, and the way we think is the way we're going to be. So with that information, I think one more issue. Everything I've said today is not meant to say that complementary medicine or natural medicine or new age medicine, whatever, is better or more ethical than medicine that we've come to call allopathic medicine. It's just that there's a change taking place. Just like if we go to an ocean and we feel different currents in the water, one hot, one cold. So right now we're living at a point of transition and hopefully there's going to be a merging of the systems, which seems to be happening in some ways, so that the mentality will change such that we will be able to examine everything from an open perspective. To give you an example why I'm saying this, the doctors like myself, like Dr. Chopra, like Dr. Oz and other people, are not necessarily more intelligent or not. It's just that we've had a circumstance where we've been at a point where we can feel these two currents flowing, and we've responded to them. There are a lot of doctors who they don't sense these currents flowing. And I'll give you a quick example in history, because I read history of medicine a lot. How many people have heard of Dr. Semmelweis? Oh, a few. How many people heard the doctor who learned that by washing his hands between cases, he would reduce the risk of childhood deaths from infections, from fevers? This Dr. Semmelweis, in 1840, was a young physician, and in Vienna, he had just finished his medical school. The physician, the orthodox mainstream medicine at the time was based on a four-humor theory of disease, where it was important that each person would be interviewed individually and determine an exact program for that person to improve. Dr. Semmelweis, so that would be, in effect, a naturopathic system now. We would call that naturopathic, where we talk to the person in detail, try to find a unique thing for them to do versus just a blanket treatment with a medication. Okay? Dr. Semmelweis was, because he did really well in school, he got appointed to one of the better obstetrical centers in Vienna. And he noticed part of his, so he was very proud, but he noticed there was an 8% death in women after childbirth, 8%. This is before the germ theory of disease was in place, before. There was an 8%, amazing, 8 out of 100 people would die at childbirth. He was also assigned to cover a midwife clinic which had very little to do with the mainstream medicine, but it was just done more for the indigent. That clinic had a death rate of 3%, not 10%, not 8%, 3%. So he was astounded. He couldn't believe it. So he went to see his superiors there and brought this up, and they seemed to not be interested in having a dialogue about it. And Dr. Semmelweis went ahead and created, he decided that maybe there's no germ theory disease, but he decided that maybe the one difference between, and this is observation, the midwives were not working on cadavers, whereas the obstetrician MDs were. So he said that maybe that was somehow participating in this problem, and he started to have himself and other doctors wash their hands with a solution he made, which is basically Lysol, that we would call Lysol today. Well, the rate of deaths from his practice plummeted down, not from 8%, 6%, came down to not 3%, to 1%. So there's an amazing breakthrough. So this is an allopathic doctor trying to get a naturopathic system that's the orthodox to listen to new things. And he never in his lifetime was able to get any real change made. He recorded his research. A few doctors in England and Germany followed his program, and they also had the same result. But the mainstream doctors of that time, the naturopaths, said that he needed to go back to school and study more, that he just didn't understand, and he was threatening to say that one thing from the outside, like washing your hands, could reduce the death rate after childbirth, would be throwing the whole system they have in place in jeopardy. Finally, the long story is that he finally passed away, kind of a broken man, at age 47. But now there's schools named after him, there's museums. But the doctor who took his place didn't follow his advice, and the incidence of childbirth fever returned to 6 or 7% after he died. And nothing was ever, and it took another 20 or 30 years from another factor, basically when the germ theory disease was discovered, that they were able to finally accept his principles. So I just want to say, when we get upset or angry at some parts of the medical establishment and say, why don't they understand? It isn't because they're allopaths and they're not naturopaths. Naturopaths, and by history, have been just as, once they're fixed in place, can be just as close-minded and not see what's in front of them to benefit. So I want to thank everyone, and I'm offering you some things today that I'm in the spirit of Dr. Semmelweis, that is obvious that he can help people. I've been fortunate and blessed to be able to help a lot of people with this information over the years, and I hope you can also benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Oh, I see Jack Van Atten's here. Hello, Jack. How are you? Jack Van Atten is our first VP, getting ready to be district governor next year of the Lions Club. Steve Peakey's here, and he is going to be our district governor starting July 1st. We are so happy about it. Steve, where are you? Stand up, Steve. There he is. Oh, Steve. And his lovely wife, Rose, is here. Oh, Rose, my favorite person. Stand up, Rose. So I'm not going to talk too long, but I want to say a few very important things. First of all, you see that banner over there. That banner is full of all of our sponsors. Without them, we couldn't have this event. Not possible. They are very good to us. Look at ExoJet. You wouldn't have Dr. Oz here unless ExoJet flew him here. So that's what happened. So we have to thank them very much for that. We have Carol Middleton. Carol, where are you, Carol? Carol is, in fact, a healthcare advocate for years and years. She's always been attached to something that is doing good in healthcare. And she has come aboard with us. And I am so deeply grateful. I want to thank her for her support, and I want to recognize her for all the wonderful things she's done always in her life. Let's give her a hand. So the second thing is we're going to have some awards later, and we're going to have an induction of some new Lions, and we want you to stay and watch this beautiful process, because this is, you don't get an award in Lions unless you've earned it. And the people who are getting awards, and they're getting multiple awards, from Lions International way up at the top, right down to our small little club. So we're very, very, very lucky to have had the president of International actually send us awards and to endorse this whole event. It's been very, very wonderful. So those are those things. Now, that's the housekeeping. Let's talk a little bit about why you're here. Before I said you all came here because you have philanthropic hearts, and I mean that sincerely, and I say that all the time. You wouldn't be here if you yourself haven't served somewhere doing something to help another. Is that not right? Yes, that's right. So let's give you all a hand for doing that. We appreciate that. We do. As Lions, we know what that means, and that is what makes you part of us. There are many of you in this audience who work with our club. You're not Lions, but you work with our club when we do our medical clinics in the schools or when we do our medical clinics in the community. And I want to thank you for that too. And I want to ask the rest of you, join us if you want to. You don't have to be Lions. Of course, we'd like you to be, but you don't have to be. So let's give all those people who have helped us a great big hand. From my heart to your hearts, I am so grateful that you're all here. Thank you. I hope you're having a good time, and I'm sure that after Dr. Oz, it'll be the end to a perfect day, right? So let me say this. On September 17th, we are having another symposium, and that symposium is about what is in your cupboard and what is in your medicine cabinet. And why are we having this? Because we know now, and you know now because you've heard it today, that there are things in our medicine cabinets that shouldn't be there. Sudden death comes when you are taking too many over-the-counter medications. Shall I call them medications? That can happen. You can't take too many over-the-counter medications, especially if you're taking other medications. And before you take medications, be careful. See an integrative medical specialist who can tell you whether that particular thing is good for you or not, or is there some natural way to do it. Well, we want to help you and show you what could be in your medicine cabinet instead of some of those over-the-counter things that will help you and over time will bring back your vitality. Now, you remember earlier I said, I'm 76 years old. I mean, I am happy camper. I'm still dancing. I am really still dancing, and I am still having fun, and I have the greatest husband who I can have fun with because he's the greatest, the best. And we practice this wonderful way of life because it is a way of life. And that's what it is. Remember, changes every day because nutrition understanding changes every day. We get new understandings as they do more research. We bring it to you. Coffee was no good before, it's good now. Well, yes, there are other things that we're learning about it. You know, eggs are no good for you. Yes, eggs are good for you. Well, there's good reason for that. Eggs are good for some things, but not necessarily for other things. And we can tell you when and how. And that's the secret. It's when to, when not to, and how, and make it a way of life, because what goes in your mind, what goes in your mouth, and what goes in your heart is the thing that gives you an abundant, joyful, happy life. So please join us on the 17th and come to Foster City. We'll be in the rec center, and we'll have another wonderful symposium. So meanwhile, I've got to get off the stage because we want Dr. Oz to come out here. And I also would like to thank Bill Iannacone, who's been with us for these past 8 months. Oh my goodness, meeting after meeting after meeting, helping us, being with us. It's been great. Let's give him a hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's all yours, Doctor.
Thank you, Dal.
Thank you. Mwah.
One thing we do appreciate is your being here. We also appreciate your input on how you felt about it, and consequently on Monday you can go online to the psilcsymposium.org. I'll repeat that, psilcsymposium.org, and give us your opinion of what you felt was right, what you felt was wrong, how we can improve, who you'd like to hear. We'd be more than happy to incorporate all of this into our September meeting and session. I would like to introduce two other people. After the governor comes the first vice district governor, so this guy is only a heartbeat away from the leadership. And that's Jack Van Etten, first vice district governor for District 4C4. So Steve, stay alive or they get that. I'm teasing. And my own boss next year across the creek in District 4C3, which is Alameda and Contra Costa County, Dr. Denny Grotrian. A sponsor I'd like to talk a little bit about is sponsor ExoJet, and they brought Dr. Oz here, and is somebody here from ExoJet? Nobody? Okay, while we are talking about it though, it's a good time to thank all of our sponsors. If any of the sponsors in the room, I wish they'd please stand and be recognized. Any of the sponsors that are... Their names are on the banner over here and in the center of your guides. We're grateful for their help and interest in our health clinics. All of the volunteers, we've got a gazillion volunteers. All the volunteers, please stand and be recognized. Thank you all the volunteers. Thank you very, very much. So I'm going to have Carol Middleton come back up. Carol, come on back up, and I want you to assist Esther in finding Dr. Oz. He needs two beautiful ladies to escort him, so you, Carol and Esther, are going to go find Dr. Oz.
Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. How blessed I am to have both of you.
For the second year.
Yes. I'm very lucky to have you both. And I'm very proud of what you all do. And where did Eleanor run off to? She's up there somewhere. And for all the wonderful folks who've hosted me before, it's wonderful to be back again.
Nice to have you back.
Okay. Now, I can take any questions this year, right?
Okay, yes, and George has the mic. George.
So there she is. There's Eleanor. I have Eleanor on speed dial now. So what we're going to do is I prepared a presentation that I'm hoping will get us all on the same page in terms of our health, and then I want to take questions from you because I love getting the questions. They inform me about what we can talk about in the show, but also I think it makes it a bit more spontaneous. So I've got about 45 minutes of conversation. I got some new videos to show you that you'll have a good time with, and then we'll take questions. So think about your questions. Keep them in mind. I'll take as many as I can. Fair enough?
Yes.
All right.
Wonderful.
Bill, thank you very much.
Okay.
Don't you want to get over here? You sort of left out back there.
I didn't think you could handle three by
Yes.
yourself.
Get over here, Elder. This is the team right here. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. So, we're going to be talking about the beautiful life. Who wants to have a beautiful life, a good life? Everybody. So, is my where's my niece? Is Rhea out there somewhere? She's hiding somewhere. Oh, there she's right there. Rhea, stand in that chair there. It's her birthday today. She's 10. Stand up in the chair. They can't see you from there. Now, I'm doing this not just to embarrass her, although that's fun to do as well. You, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, Rhea. Girl. All right, so not just to embarrass Rial, but to point out that when we were kids, we had that youthful vigor. We envisioned a beautiful life for ourselves. And what does that really mean? Well, part of it is just childhood. You get to go do things that are a little crazy, and people don't keep track of it, especially in times before social media. You can get away with a lot, and folks will forgive you for it. So you go out and play in the rain, you play sports till it's dark at night, and then come home for dinner. I mean, it was a simple belief system anyway that governed us. And in childhood, you have passion, right? You want to do things really badly. Last night, I was talking to my son who just graduated from middle school, and he had this idea for a show on television. And I don't know how good the idea is, but he was so passionate about describing it in all its minuteness and that little bit of detail that he was putting into it colored it for him. It made it come alive for him. And we had that passion when we were kids. And if we look for our beautiful life, we still want to have both the childhood sensation, but the passion that goes with it. What about innocence? There's a simplicity to the process, and sometimes it's good to be naive. I often will go into a discussion I know is going to be uncomfortable, purposely being a bit naive about the process, because that innocence allows it to glide through. Then the real issues start to come forward without all the other external crusty stuff that we sometimes add to the conversation. And there's connection. And I know Deepak spoke beautifully this morning, and I'm going to touch on some of his themes a tiny bit, but connection is a big part of what I think is important and often missing in our lives. And when we try to connect with each other, which I think we all seek, it's difficult because it's complex. In fact, if you look at the size of our brains, it didn't have to grow this large to catch animals. You know, we could do that with the reptilian brain. The reptiles do. We didn't have to have a huge brain to cook things. Or even to figure out simple stuff like math. We need the big brains to read each other, because there's an incredible variety of issues that have to be dealt with when that happens. So for that connection to happen, we have to be able to free up those parts of our brain to do just that. And when we can't get connection, it drives us crazy. Now, the other thing about a beautiful life is beauty. And beauty is not just on the skin. It's driven, in fact, by deeper issues. I put tomatoes in this image because they have lycopene, which prevents sunburning, actually. But when we look at external beauty, the reason we value it all, and all societies, by the way, do, is because it reflects inner beauty. Inner health comes forth through the skin. If you ask any society how they define beauty, they won't point to the width of the nose or the color of the eyes, your hair. They point actually to your skin and to your nails, things that actually truly do reflect inner health. And that's why we value it so much. So then if you look at all this and try to tease it together, sometimes you realize we're not perfect. This is a picture of me. Which of those is really me, right? One side is the right side of my head, doubled. The other is the left side of my head, doubled. So you see how imperfect I am. And if you look at all of us, we are full of imperfections. And we focus often on those imperfections. Look at the part of your body in the mirror next time that you dislike the most. And you realize it's the first place you look all the time, right? And ironically, the things that actually make you truly attractive in a general sense, you would never pay attention to. You don't focus on them. And I reminded I used to take my kids to the Natural History Museum. That's where they shot A Night at the Museum. And they had this huge gemstone box when you go in there, in the gemstone area. And the kids, I have 4 kids, but 3 of them are girls, they thought they were going home with those stones. So they would start writing down the ones that they wanted to take home. I picked the Hope Diamond. No, I said Hope Diamond first, right? So they're quibbling about this like so many of us when we become adults, fighting over things you can't have anyway and getting attached to them. But there was often, in the middle of this presentation of stones, a huge jade stone. And it was perfect, flawless, beautiful, except they never picked it. None of the girls ever chose that jade stone. Do you know why? Because jade isn't beautiful unless it has blemishes. What makes jade elegant and sexy and cool is when it has gold inlay and a crack. It's that element that gives it character, like us. What makes us interesting is our imperfection. So as imperfect as I may appear, and as all of us would appear if I were to do this to any of our faces, it actually is what makes us unique. Our nose is bent a little bit. We got a crease here, crinkles there, mole here. It's actually what makes it more interesting for people to be around us. They're actually attracted to our eccentricities. To what makes us on the surface not so interesting, or rather attractive, is what makes us deep down much more interesting. Therefore, it attracts us to that connection that I spoke to earlier. So, how does it manifest in real life?
37-year-old Jared had never been tested for diabetes before.
This is Jared. Hey, Jared, how are you? Good. You know, when they call the doctor over, that's not good news.
While that runs, I'm going to tell you that number's supposed to be under 6. The amount of sugar that's traveling around in your blood cells needs to be under that number. That's what it should be for all of us. Your number is 12.8.
Wow.
12.8 worries me a lot. That's more than twice what's tolerable.
Yeah. That's what I do about it.
What do I do about it? So let's go over the story again. Jared says he has to urinate all the time. He's always thirsty. He's tired. What's the diagnosis? Diabetes. I think deep inside him he knew something was wrong. When we took him to the emergency room after the show, his blood sugar was almost 500. Now, Jared did something that's really important. As imperfect as he was, he knew he had these issues. He knew he'd ignored them. He came to a screening, and then when he was confronted with the real information, we put him in that truth tube, that place where you just tell the truth. That way there's not a lot of emotion harvested to it, so you can be emotional about it later on. He asked the key question, what do I do about it? It's the right question to ask. And when we face problems in our life, and we are going to have them in different ways, the question is, how does it get you down? No, the question is, how do I celebrate you wherever you are? How do I take the fact that you finally figured out that you were going to die of a problem called diabetes, and almost did, and fix it? Because when Jared lost some weight, which he did, and his blood sugar came under control rapidly without a lot of medication, which it did, it changed him. And it made him someone who could become a savior, talking about the fact that, like so many, a third of our population, 1/3, is diabetic or pre-diabetic. You can shift that. So the imperfection that on the surface was there could be shifted. Now, not all imperfection looks the same. What holds us back? Because that's really the big question I have to ask myself. We're held back because we don't have the time. We say we don't have the money. Sometimes we don't have knowledge. That we're going to deal with today a lot. But knowledge by itself won't change what you do. Fear of change holds you back. Now, why do we fear change so much? We fear change because we fear people won't love us when we change. And not being loved is spiritual death. So we have to find ways around that predicament, that dilemma we have when we actually have time because we've made it. We actually have enough money because you don't need much. We figured out the knowledge part, and yet we still don't make a difference in our own lives. And every one of you, probably in your own life, but certainly in the lives of people you care about, face this dilemma of people who should change but don't. And you feel like screaming. You feel yelling for all your gusto that you want something to happen, but you can't make it happen. I struggle with this dilemma on the show all the time. How do you get folks to take you into their home? Because I'm the host of the show, but I'm actually a guest in their houses. I've got to go there the same time every afternoon, spend a little time with them, and somehow connect with them. How do you do that? And it takes a different passion, a different level of insight in different people's lives. Take a look. Knowledge is good, but again, since we're being honest, I would at least, in some part of my soul, if I were you, be thinking, these kids they're going to want to emulate me. I'm dad. They want to be like me.
Yeah.
You don't have that fear?
I do, of course, yeah. Yeah, and heightened now that you brought it up. Seriously. No, there's a lot to think about after. This is not just entertainment right now. There's some cathartic things happening here. This is deep. I haven't done an interview like this maybe ever.
Charlie Sheen. As flawed as Charlie has been, and we've all followed his Twitter rage and the different things he's done interesting in his life, at its very core, he's a very, very insightful man because he's been through a lot of things. He's been in the valley of death and has emotionally come through it and survived, even though sometimes it's taken a toll on his friendships, his relationships. And how do you get through to someone like that? You're not going to out-talk them. It's not about being smarter than them because they've actually thought about it every living moment of their life. So when you have an addiction to something or you're depressed about something, it's not like you haven't thought about it. So try telling someone that they're smoking and they shouldn't. I mean, you're spitting in the wind. What's the point? They know they shouldn't smoke. And I'll get back to how I would talk to them about that. But it's very core, it's about connecting emotionally with them. So how do you do it with a Charlie Sheen? Well, you talk about his kids and the fact that he's setting an example for them, for good or bad, he's going to be a role model for them. That might stop him a little bit. Put a little bit of spacing, a firewall around, just to contain a little bit what might happen the next time something crazy happens in his life. And so we start to see those techniques. And as I study them, I start to learn. And I had a lot of guides, right? I had Oprah, who was really good at this game, really, really good at it. I had Lisa, my wife, who's, we wrote those books called the U books. Some of you were carrying them around earlier. So Lisa wrote those with me. And they were called the U books because guess what? They're not about me. They're about you. It's about what you're going to do with the information. It wasn't a blaming, condemning you. It was like a Fonz you. Hey, you guys, what's going to give here? What are you going to do about this? So without accusing folks, making it clear that the responsibility, the mantle of responsibility, is squarely on their shoulders. Then I have the guests of the show, like a Charlie Sheen, but also Jared, the diabetic gentleman that we met earlier. I learn a lot from those experiences, and they inform me and educate me. And like all healers, I wasn't born particularly good at what I'm doing, but I had a lot of really good teachers around me who could nudge me in the right direction. And I can tell you, going through medical school, most of the time was spent beating the humanity out of me. And what we have to be able to do is recultivate culturally an expectation with our healers, our doctors, nurses, chiropractics, whatever healers we may have in our lives, that we have a different kind of covenant with them. A bridge that's very separate, because the word doctor comes from Latin doctore, teacher. If we can't function like teachers, we're not going to be able to function well. And a good teacher learns from their students, which is why the biggest teachers of all for me have been the audience. And they teach me in very different ways. Let me show you 2 ways that I've learned from the audience. Here's way number 1. They are sometimes sitting around saying the right things, but they got the remote on, the bruise on the side, and taking it easy. This is the vision many of us actually have of what the audience might look like. But in fact, when you actually get them up on the set, it's a very different experience. 114, come up. I'm not sure it's going to work like that. Let's try it this way. There you go. There you go. Are you ready?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. What's your name?
My name is Yolanda.
Yolanda. Yolanda, have you ever had a urinary tract infection?
I don't know.
You don't know? If I asked you
I don't remember.
At a calmer time, what would you have said?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Have you ever had burning down below? Have you ever had a feeling that you had to go to the bathroom, but nothing came out?
I don't think so.
Nothing think so?
Maybe years and years and years ago, not.
All right.
I don't remember.
So Yolanda, I'm going to show you, if you're willing to play with me, a little bit about infections.
Okay.
You on board?
I'm on board.
Okay,
oh
come.
My God, oh my God. I'm shaking.
All right.
Oh my God.
Now, we like to start off with a little anatomy section. Are you up for it?
Okay.
Okay, look, the gloves match your nails. It's
Yeah,
perfect.
my nails.
Oh.
Yeah, my shirt.
Oh, it's perfect. Here.
Oh my God, oh my God.
Here. We just had a little conversation with Yolanda about urinary tract infections. It's not a topic that evokes a lot of laughter and celebration. But if you talk about it in the right way, with the right kind of person, it actually becomes something that's uniquely different. And you actually might remember a few things, like you have frequency, urinating when you normally don't have to, or a lot. You have burning when you urinate. These ideas start to come forward, and I can get into the anatomy, and you have a conversation that's just a little different from what you might normally expect. It's less homework and more fun. But you walk out of there with the 2 to 3 things you have to know in order to understand urinary tract infections. But there are other ways of doing it as well. And you have to really get down to the very core of how do you change, which is really what all this is about. Now think about these comments, and these have come up in my life many times, but it took me a while to really understand them. The first reality is that people don't change their minds based on what they know. They change based on their feelings, right? It's basically, that's the essence of how you get people to change. Forget about the intellectual riddles up here. It's the deeper awareness in the core of your body that drives you to make a difference. So talking to Charlie Sheen, about his kids is going to be much better than going through the risk factors of driving under the influence. You know, that's how you start to communicate with folks. And you do it, of course, in much more subtle ways. But humor works, tragedy works, anything that takes you up and down. You laughed, I cried, it's fine. All that works as long as you can get people to think and realize that they won't change their minds based on what they know, but only on their feelings. Second thing you got to realize is that we're not designed to think. And it's not because we're lazy lugs. It's just the reality of our brains. We will never waste brain energy if you don't have to. When you think about something challenging, you take about 20% more calorie consumption in your brain. Your brain metabolism increases. Why would you waste your time doing that if you don't have to? So you don't. So what you want to do is make it easy to do the right thing so you don't have to think. You automate life. If you make it easy to do the wrong thing, well, guess what happens? The wrong thing happens. Think about your kids' lives. You automate a life for them where doing the wrong thing is easy to do, playing video games, not going outside, eating the wrong foods because you've got them in the fridge. You know, as soon as the junk food comes in your house, you're done. You got to make the big decisions in the supermarket, not at home. Otherwise, you created an environment where you're not going to win. They're pulling a rear guard movement on you because you're exhausted. You don't have time to fight anymore. But there has not been a kid, to my knowledge, from a family that has resources who's starved in this country. So if you bring apples in instead of, candy, they're going to eat the apples when they get hungry. They won't have a choice. And you got to have fun. If it's not cool and hip and edgy, a little bit enjoyable, it's not going to happen. And as I go through the presentation, I'll show you some examples of how we do that, but Yolanda is probably a fantastic one to start off with. And you know what the excuse is? Don't worry about them. It's okay. We're good at excuses. We don't work out because the gym's expensive. It's a long drive to get there. Our workout clothes don't fit anymore, right? The sun's in our eyes. I mean, we're good at them, and it's okay. Don't get caught up in them. You have to have a little bit of equipoise about excuses. In your own life or others, make them, hear them, and then realize they don't really matter. Because if you really wanted to do it, you'd do it. So don't get upset about it. Just sort of move on. And those excuses will come up in so many different ways. You get home from work, you're sort of down, you're tired, your boss wasn't polite, your spouse didn't call, your kids aren't behaving, and you see the cheesecake. And so you figure, I'll just take a razor-thin slice. It's so thin, I'm going to be able to see through it. Cut through that thing, you hold it up to the light, right? You eat it, you enjoy it, you're done. And then you realize you didn't cut it straight. Right? You take the knife, one more cut, then another. And so, Mama, pass that thing over here. You're taking the whole cheesecake out. And that ultimately comes down to the basic reality of the excuses we make to defend the things we do in our life. So we don't get caught up at them. We just recognize that they're there. Now, I learned a lot of this in these free screenings that we have done all over the country. So I want to show you an example. This is a free screening we did in Los Angeles, actually. And interestingly, the two kids, they had insurance. They had coverage. The mom, like almost everybody at these free screenings, had a full-time job but didn't have insurance. So here I am figuring out what's wrong with her teeth because no one else is going to be able to do it. We diagnose all kinds of crazy things. But at the end of the day, the screenings are a celebration of making people's life easier so they can change. Take a look.
To bring our message directly to you. This year, we launched our biggest program ever, helping thousands of Americans get life-saving screenings.
Now, this year, we've embarked on our most ambitious campaign yet. We created the 15-minute physical to bring life-saving screenings to everyone. And instead of focusing on just one city, we are going nationwide. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Washington, D.C., Tampa, Portland, and our latest stop, Kansas City, Missouri.
Welcome, Kansas City.
The heartland of America.
You're going to meet folks who are scared about finding out their numbers. So we've got to look them in the eyes and have them trust us that we can make a difference. So instead of fear, they'll leave here with joy.
People who could be your mother,
So happy you're here.
father, sister, or brother.
Does it hurt when I press on it?
Your neighbor in need.
159 over 100.
I have been neglecting my health.
All coming together to face their fears.
That's my biggest fear. Nobody would listen to me.
When the day was over, 1,000 people met with a doctor.
And you haven't been screened in a while again.
No, it's been about 3 years.
Taking charge of their health. Some for the very first time in their lives.
So when we get these folks into the rooms, and oftentimes they're brought by relatives alike, and again, they all have jobs pretty much, but they sort of fallen through the cracks. We do a couple things. We give them some simple numbers, easy to do. The Lions, by the way, God bless you all, because you've been doing screenings like this all over the country, all over the world. It started as an organization focused on health, looking at eyes, for example. But in addition, we want to give them information. So when I'm done taking them through the testing, we spend most of the time talking to them about what to do with the results. And there are a couple examples. I'm going to drive this point home using one in particular. And there are a couple ways I could have done it, but I think I'm going to do it with this. So many of us see this when we look in the mirror, at least we envision this. It's usually a much prettier picture than you give yourself credit for. But there's no question if the old masters had seen us today, this is what they would be doing. I think we can do a little better than that. So I'm going to use weight as an example and walk you through some of the ways we might think about our lives. Remember, there are 5 things that drive most aging. 5 things. 2/3 of our longevity is based on those 5 behaviors. The 30% that's genetic, you have less control over, although these days, and I had some wonderful conversations before the talk with groups that are looking at better ways of screening us and helping us identify genetic issues. But just simplistically stated, if you don't have a relative younger than 60 with a major problem, there's a good chance if you take care of the lifestyle issues, you won't have that problem either. So you got basically the right genes. And these issues come down to some pretty simple ones. For example, cigarette smoking that I mentioned earlier. But if I'm going to talk about weight, let's focus it on what's important with weight, which is the waist management issue. Now notice that's the subtitle of the book. It's not how to lose weight and keep it off or how to amputate your legs so you lose 10 pounds quickly. It's how do you maintain your waist management. And I did that because if you look at what drives disease, it's not your weight, it's your waist size. It's a better predictor of health risks. And the math here is pretty simple again. Your height divided by 2 is the most that your waist size could ever be. You want your waist size less than that. You might want it a lot less than that, depending on how you want to look in a bathing suit and the like. But if you're, how tall are you? 5'2". So 5 times 12 is 60, plus 2, 62 inches. Divided in half, that's 31 inches, right? You want your waist size, if you're 5'2" inches tall, you want your waist size to be no more than 31 inches. But the catch, of course, is you have to actually measure it, right? You take a measuring tape, put it around your waistline, put it at the belly button, measure the actual number. And guys over the age of 40 or so, they'll never buy a new belt size. You just slip it down like this, right? So you never ever want to trust the man. I've seen a couple here today. I can get a 20-inch size waist on here like this, but it's irrelevant. You actually got to measure. And why is it important? What am I looking for? What I'm looking for is not the jiggly stuff. Fat thighs will cost you a couple dates. That's not what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the fat deep inside you, the so-called omental fat. Sounds like momentum, but it's called the omentum. Omentum. Here's what it looks like. That yellowish pad up there you see on both these screens. Get rid of that for a second. You see the liver up there, the brownish structure in the top left-hand corner. The gallbladder's the green stuff. Now watch what happens when your lunch, which is now moving through your stomach into the small intestine, begins to mix with that bile. That bile is like soap. It begins to wash it. As it washes it, it begins to dissolve it in this form that can be absorbed through the wall of the intestine into this vein called the portal vein. This large vein that literally is like the door to your liver. If you ate good food, your liver loves it. It's nice, robust, and red in color. But if you ate junky stuff, the liver begins to become fatty, literally like foie gras. It turns into that beige structure you see here. That fatty liver afflicts about 1/4 of our population. Then the omentum. That organ becomes ponderously large because it becomes an organ as it stretches across your waistline. But that fat is deep inside of you. That fat's not on the surface. The reason it's deep inside of you is because historically, we needed to have the ability to store fat in times of famine. We needed that fat. So when food was plentiful, in a feast period, you'd store fat, you'd keep it in there, your body can quickly pull it back and begin to use it inside the liver to give you nutrients when you need them. If you feel stressed, because what was stress 1,000 years ago? It was famine, not having enough food. It wasn't a deadline or some problem with getting to work or traffic or commuting. It was all about not having enough food. So when your body feels stressed, it releases cortisol. That cortisol that Deepak speaks of often will compel you to eat. Literally, there's receptors in your brain called cannabinoid receptors. How many of you smoke pot? All right. You guys get that? Yeah. All right. So when you smoke pot, you get the munchies because it turns on these same receptors in your brain called cannabinoid. Cannabinoid. It was discovered by Italian researchers looking at people who get the munchies when they smoke pot. And it turns out those receptors didn't exist because of pot, because we didn't know that people were going to smoke pot 1,000 years ago. They exist because throughout human history, we needed to have an ability to force ourselves to eat even when we weren't hungry. So when you feel stress because there's not enough food, you'll eat things you don't like and lots of them because your body needed to have those calories. So that's why this belly fat's so important. The other thing the belly fat does is it squeezes the kidneys. And the kidneys, remember, they're responsible for making the blood pressure regulated because your kidneys need enough blood. So if the kidneys feel squeezed, what do? They jack up your blood pressure. Number one cause of high blood pressure. And remember I said there are 5 things that drive aging? Number 1 on that list, blood pressure. Second thing it does is it poisons your liver. Makes lousy LDL cholesterol, just like I showed in this animation. And thirdly, it blocks insulin. So the Jareds of the world, that young man I showed you earlier, he was a diabetic because of his waist. As he lost that belly fat, like most people with diabetes, his problem went away. In his case, almost completely, which is not unusual. Within 2 weeks of bariatric surgery, gastric bypass surgery, most people who have diabetes no longer have the problem. It becomes a trivial issue or not at all existent. That shows you how powerful it is. And that's even before you lost the waist. As soon as you begin to change the way food enters your liver and changes the way your pancreas works, your problems begin to go away. So, what do conventional diets teach us? Well, they teach us to depend on willpower. But willpower is like holding your breath underwater indefinitely. Right? It won't work in this setting because deep down, it's all about the biology of blubber. There are a dozen redundant systems that force you to eat. They have to be there because we never needed a reason to lose weight before. But the day to go hunting, we slide the milk carton out of the way. So all of a sudden, it's become really easy to get the calories, and you don't have to do anything to consume them, so off you go to the races. So how do we change that? You cannot overwhelm it with willpower. You've got to nudge the biology of blubber in the right direction. So how do I do that? Well, I talk about a lot of different ideas. Coffee bean extract is an idea, and I'm going to come back to a bunch of them. This is sort of the simple idea. I bring it up because everyone asks me about it. I've talked about these on the show. There are these herbal remedies. This one happens to work. It's been looked at in several trials. You'll lose about 1 pound a week more than you normally would lose. Again, this is assuming you don't change your diet. You just sort of take this, but you can only use it for about 12 weeks. And you have to buy the right stuff. Remember, I don't sell anything, period. So if you see my picture next to something, we got this thing called Ozwatch, report it to me because someone's stealing my name and my image and trying to hawk something to you. In addition, if you buy pictures next to it, don't buy it because if they're lying about me, they'll lie about what's in the product. So buy something from someone else who's not affiliated with me. Make sure it's got 45% chlorogenic acid. That's what's the key ingredient you need. All these details are on DrOz.com, by the way, which gets about 100 million page views a month. So a lot of folks go there. It's, I think, really well done by the guys that organize it for me. Take advantage of it. And if you see fake stuff, again, anything, Facebook, Google, anything that has my picture next to it, get rid of it. Let us know about it. But green coffee bean extract will work, and you got to take it before every meal, and it will change how you metabolize fats and carbohydrates, which is important because if the sugar levels in your blood aren't surging and coming down, it's going to be easier for you to regulate your hunger, which is one of the reasons we think this works. Now, all that said and done, that's only a crutch. That's designed for, as I mentioned, maybe 3 months of use. What you really want to do is get to some fundamentals. So what works forever? Hot sauce, actually, and I picked it as the first one because it's such a dumb, simple concept, so well researched. Hot sauce increases your metabolism, that's why you sweat, and it actually satiates you. You won't eat as much at the next meal. So if you had picante sauce, or anything with spicy with capsaicin in it for breakfast on your eggs, remember you should have protein within an hour of getting up, so you want to have that combination. Picante sauce with some eggs in the morning is a wonderful solution for folks on a diet. You won't feel hungry and start ravaging like a rodent for food at 11 in the morning, right? And you can make it at home. It's very inexpensive. When you have your eggs, have real eggs. I don't need egg white frittatas. Most people in this country have no issues at all with cholesterol from food sources. Our cholesterol numbers are off because of our belly fat, not because of the cholesterol we eat. The body's supposed to take in cholesterol, make membranes from it and the like. So with 5% of us have a problem with dietary cholesterol. The rest of us have an egg a day. It's fine. It's a cheap source of protein. And then add the picante sauce into it. What about fiber? Probably the most underused resource, so easy. So this woman's bragging, look how thin I am. Oh my goodness, how did I stay so thin? Right? The fat people think thin people are lucky. And thin people think fat people are lazy lugs. Right? It's not true. Neither of them are true. People who are thin usually have basic lifestyle and habits they've adopted often from their childhood, but they've had them throughout life. They don't even think about it. People who are thin naturally take in more fiber. It's just part of what they do. They always had it. And the fiber comes in many sources. It doesn't have to be just grains from wheat, which I think actually we overuse in America. It's the quinoas, the chias, the barleys, the different kinds of grains that are out there that people don't think about that much. That's the way to get your fiber in your diet. Or just take some Metamucil, put some psyllium husks, in a drink before every meal. Simple tasks like that allow you to fill your stomach up so you naturally won't feel as hungry. Plus, the fiber is something else. It squeezes down something called the ileal brake. It literally slows the transit of food through your body so you don't get as hungry. It's a really cool way of regulating how much you're going to eat. And it's dirt cheap. So it's something simple and easy that everyone in America ought to be taking advantage of, in addition to giving you the right number of poops every day, which is something we don't do so right. Remember that S-shaped poop you want? Right? It's got to come out it's got to hit the water like Greg Louganis, like that. That's what you want. And too many of you are like bombardiers. Right? You don't want that bird pellets coming out of the bottom. You want to have something big and robust. Fiber will get you there, in addition to all the other benefits that it has for you. And it sounds so dumb to talk about for more than 10 seconds. Yet if I survey you, the average American will consume between 10 and 12 grams of fiber a day, which is less than half of what we need. And then when you try to get on the fitness kick, you double your fiber automatically, and guess what you get with fiber? Gas. Big time gas. So how do you get around that? You add it back slowly. So every week you add a couple grams of fiber to your diet, get yourself up to 25 grams. But when you look at how humans used to live, we all got 25 to 35 grams of fiber in our diet every single day. That's why the poops were so big and proudly displayed. Okay. This is something that actually we use in my household. I took this picture over the weekend because I thought I'd give you some concrete. So this is called GG bread. I don't know how many of you have heard of this stuff, but this is a growing fad in this country. I have no relationship again to these companies, but this stuff is pretty cool. Instead of toast in the morning, you get this GG cracker, drink it with some water because it has a lot of fiber in it. It tastes pretty good actually. I like that it's crunchy, and make this part of your diet. Dirt cheap. It's got low GI index, as it brags about. And you can get all the fiber you need with a couple slices of GG cracker instead of the bread you would normally get in your diet. These kinds of little things make a difference because if you automate your life, if you've got GG crackers lying around for breakfast, you're going to use them. You'll use it as your snack with some peanut butter. It becomes part of what you do instead of the roll. And you have this at restaurants even because it's easy to cart in there. These kinds of tips will allow you to effortlessly lose lots of weight. You won't even know how you're doing it. People will be so mad at you because you won't be able to describe how you lost so much weight from these types of simple tasks. Now, my favorite of all are nuts. I always keep nuts in my pocket. I personally like to soak my nuts because when you soak the nuts, yes, I could soak it that way also. But the nuts you eat, that's probably not the best way to describe it either. The nuts that come off trees, right? If remember, those nuts fall to the ground normally. They get moist and they germinate. They become active. So taking dormant nuts, and California is the nut capital of the world for lots of reasons. But those nuts that, in the Sacramento Valley, all that area, when there's those rich nuts, if you can take them and instead of drying them out, as they eat them in Turkey, which is where my family is from, you put them in water for a couple hours. They become plump, but they also begin to germinate. When I say germinate, they don't grow sprouts, but the enzymes become active. It also makes it easier for you to chew them and digest them. The beauty of nuts, severalfold. You don't get all the calories from them. You probably only get about 85% of the calories. So that means you get a bonus. You get to eat the food, but you don't get all the caloric intake. The other thing I love about nuts is there's this thing called ghrelin. It sounds like gremlin. It's this hormone that your stomach makes when it's really hungry. It starts to churn and make your stomach growl. So the beauty of ghrelin is it makes you eat. The disadvantage is it takes half an hour to go back down after you've eaten. Well, if you're like me, in half an hour, you've had 3 meals. So instead, what you want to do is a half an hour before your meal, grab a handful of nuts and chew them down and enjoy them. And then when you actually sit down for your meal, your ghrelin levels will have fallen, so you won't be so hungry. So instead of you being forced to eat because you're famished, you can very politely eat what your body and your brain tell you to eat, which is a reasonable amount of food. It's the best way to get portion control, because pushing away a food when you're hungry is really hard. Slowing down when you're already full, that's pretty easy. And that's what nuts let you do. They're also easy to cart around. They've got healthy fats, healthy protein, and fiber in them. So it's got all the stuff you sort of want anyway. And then there's resources of trees and life. So why not take advantage of that? Which is why I think, if nothing else, we ought to be able to help the nut industry grow more of them. All right. Now, on the other side of the coin are soft drinks. Now, to an erudite audience like this, I don't have to tell you about soft drinks in detail. But I do want to highlight a few things you may not have realized. The first thing is, when you have soft drinks in your diet, not only do you get the extra calories, empty calories from the soft drink, but you also, at that meal, will overeat about 125 calories. Now, that's a big deal, because the entire obesity epidemic is about 100 calories a day. That's it, 100 calories a day. Think about it. That's half a donut, an extra slice of bread. The problem is that 100 calories every day for the year is about 11 pounds of weight gain. If you want to lose weight, reverse it. Just take off 100 calories what you normally would eat. Soft drinks sabotage the system because they prevent this natural ability of your fat to tell your brain that it's there. So if the brain doesn't hear from your fat, it thinks you're still hungry. The other problem, of course, is that your body doesn't want calories. Your brain is smart. It wants nutrients. But if you give it calories with no nutrients, guess what it does? It kicks you back in there and says, get more food in you. You didn't get the nutrients that I want. So a lot of you very shrewdly say, okay, we're going to move from full sugar beverages to diet beverages, right? How many diet soda drinkers are there out there? A couple. Very good. I mean, it's a first step. The problem with diet sodas is that there's an implication, because it's called diet soda, that it helps you diet, right? That's seemingly. Now, have you ever seen an ad about how diet sodas help you lose weight? No. You're not going to see an ad, because that's not what happens. And these companies, which are big companies, they know how to advertise. If there was any data, a little shred of data, that dietary sodas actually help you diet, you'd hear about it. But there isn't. It's the opposite. When you take a diet soda in, it's so sweet that it blows your brain out. And you think, that was sweet. The sugar is coming in. And then the sugar doesn't come, because it was artificially flavored. Artificially flavored with dozens of times more sweetness than you'd ever get with sugar. So your brain then says, well, geez, you cheated me. Go out and eat. And it will force you and remind you to go get food, sugary foods often, in order to make up for the fact you didn't give it what it deserved. And so we end up with this weird predicament where there's no calories in the dietary soda, but there's a lot of calories that come into your body from other sources that make up for it. So you're much better off doing one of two things. Make a beverage that has sugar added by you, because you would never add as much sugar. There's basically a teaspoonful of sugar in every ounce of soda. You'd never make a soda that's sweet on your own. And sugar acts like crack cocaine in your brain that forces you to have more of it. That's why once you start drinking, you have to finish it. The other possibility is take a regular soda and cut it in half with fizzy water. It actually tastes about the same. The carbonation is the same, certainly, and the sweetness is more than enough. And that's a nice way of cheating people off their sodas without messing up their already existing habits. Because I know it's got to be fun. If you're going to enjoy your soda, go ahead and do it. But this is a smart way of getting your benefit without penalizing yourself too much. Now, so what about this issue of muscle? It turns out you cannot lose weight without gaining a little bit of muscle. Muscle is like a metabolic furnace. It burns through 12 times more calories than fat. So you have to have some muscle. The problem for women especially, it happens to guys too, is you go through menopause, your ovaries stop making estrogen, but they stop making testosterone also. And no testosterone, no fat. No testosterone, no muscle. That's the wrong thing. So, and without the muscle, the same calories that you had last year before you were menopausal, this year are too much, because there's no muscle there burning through them. So that fat begins to accumulate. You get that little pooch there. So what are you going to do about it? Well, I love yoga, but it can be any kind of weight-bearing exercise. Frankly, anything you do will work as long as it's resistance training. But you got to actually do some of that work. Now, a lot of people don't think it's cool to lift weights. They don't want to get big and bulky. You don't have to. There are lots of ways of putting on a little bit of muscle mass. Just basically using your own body as an exercise tool. But that's fundamentally what it comes down to. How do you put on a little muscle mass? Because if you can do the kinds of things that animals do in the wild, you're going to look fabulous. So look at this cheetah chasing after its prey. See it hunting it down? There's not an ounce of fat on that animal at all. It's going at full speed. You can do this too. You absolutely can. The question is, when was the last time you did that you went full speed? And for most of us, we don't do that. So here's my admonition, my request to you. The next time you exercise, what I want you to do is 1 out of every 10 minutes, 10% of the time, I want you to go full speed. So if you're running, run faster. If you're lifting, lift harder. If you're walking, walk with more speed. You don't have to knock yourself out. Just do as much as you can for 1 minute out of 10. Then slow back down again. That's called interval training. And most of the data we have now shows that interval training is more effective for building muscle mass, building cardiovascular reserve, and allowing you to do that. Let me blow your minds. Our fitness level at age 17 should be the same at age 65. I'll say it again. You should be as fit at 17 as at 65. Now, your peak ability to jump, to lift, to power through things, your quickest, your most agile moment is age 27. And after that, you slowly will decline. I play basketball. I'm not nearly as good as I ever was. Not that I was any good to begin with, but I definitely can't jump anywhere near where I could jump. I can't move as quickly. I can tell when I play kids who are 27. But I endure. I can struggle through the game now like I could when I was 17. Now, why would we have that ability? Our ancestors did not outrun our prey. If we had to outrun our prey, we would have starved. And only the 27-year-olds would be alive. Right? What we did was we out-endured our prey. So we ran after that antelope. And literally, every time the antelope outran us, which it would have to stop and sweat out through its lungs. That's how like dogs, they pant. That's how it works. Whereas we could sweat through our skin. So we would keep running. And we would just keep going. It was called endurance hunting. Over the course of several hours, the antelope would literally keel over, overheated, and then you'd eat it. That's what happened. So in order to survive in the tribe, you had to be part of the party. You had to go along and run after the antelope. So we are designed to be able to run. And we have all kinds of data now from people who are 65 years of age who just never paid attention to the fact that societally we have thought it's normal to get less active. It's not. So again, 17 equals 65. No more excuses on that point. Don't think of yourself as old. You ought to be doing just the same kind of running and basic activities accordingly. So I'm not asking you to all go pole dancing, although we could have tried to do this. But there are ways we can start to do things that are cool when it comes to activity. So I sat down with, I had the first lady on the show earlier this year, and she taught me to do the Dougie. So she taught me, a Dougie like this, like this. So it's a dance that's very popular, developed by a guy named Doug E. Fresh. And Doug E. Fresh is a big rap singer in Manhattan, in New York. And he's very passionate about his neighborhood, his community. He's from Harlem. And so we got together, we made a rap video, which just came out. So I'm going to show you a little clip from it, if you promise not to laugh too hard. And the reason I felt passionately about making this is because too often we've ignored the benefit of dance. Crazy as it is, pole dancing actually is a smart way of getting activity, but it's sort of hard to do what this woman's doing. And guys are really bad at this. I looked on the entire web, by the way. I looked for slides, pictures of men doing pole dancing. There's one blurry image. That's it. So if any of you do a good pole dance among the guys out there, send me a picture. But you can do dancing, which if you're interested in preventing dementia and you want to do crossword puzzles, people do that all the time. Well, crossword puzzles are great because they exercise your brain. But imagine how much exercise your brain gets when you coordinate your body in a reasonable way. That's called dancing, by the way. Right? Those activities are really powerful and they are bigger stimulants to your brain. That's why Tai Chi. I was in China last week. You get up in the morning and they're doing their Tai Chi, right? in the morning. Why do they do that? Well, they didn't do it just to avoid dementia, but not only does it get the blood moving, but you stimulate your brain in different ways.
Together on this track, kick a little facts about the way we move and what we like. Gotta watch your calories, what you taking in. Now to balance out your calories, you gotta hit the gym. Never thought a cardiac surgeon, a neurologist. We'll talk exercise, not politics. You only got one life to live, live healthy, that's what it is. Let's go!
There's this line where they say, just the other day you saw me on the show, didn't know I had style, didn't know I had flow for sure. So this line, flow. So I kept saying flow, and they said, oh, that's terrible. It's going to be flow. I said, well, flow. You know, flow. So we went back and forth. I finally got it, but I don't even know if I knew I got it. But you realize the subtlety of how you do it right. These kids, as soon as they heard the music, their natural instinct was to get up from whatever class they were being tortured by and do physical activity. Which is, again, if you want to make it easy to do the right thing, make it fun. Which is why I think we should bring a lot of this back into the way we think about our own lives. You ought to have music in your home. The best way to stay thin is to fidget. Really. Look at kids who fidget versus ones who don't. When I was a kid in class, actually, I'll tell it differently. I just graduated my third daughter from high school this week. And so when she was a little girl, and she was, she has a lot of my personality. Her nickname is Flintheart, by the way. She's tough. But she was a little girl. She would come home. She came home from school and they said, I have to change my pants. And I said, what's wrong with your pants? She said, my teacher said I had bugs in my pants. And every teacher I ever had, I know they read the previous year's report cards because they always say, Doc, Mehmet he has ants in his pants. Mehmet has ants in his pants, which is what Zoe was getting a dose of. But the kids who fidget stay thin. The kids who like to sit down. My oldest daughter, Daphne, she hosts a show on ABC called The Chew. Some of you may have seen her as a cooking show. Daphne didn't like to move when she was a kid. Daphne was much more comfortable sitting down and letting the other kids bring her stuff. So, this is a girl who, over Easter saved up the candy to sell to the Jewish kids. So, she always had that entrepreneurial spirit. But when she finished high school, she realized that the baby fat she had wasn't cute anymore. She didn't want to be like that. She didn't want to look that way. And so she went to school and she wrote a book called The Dorm Room Diet, which was basically how you go from gaining 15 pounds as a freshman to losing 15 pounds as a freshman. And it wasn't about stress. It wasn't about exams. The reason that she saw all her classmates gaining weight and the reason she lost weight is because of poor decisions. You get used to having a beer at night. Then the girls have pizza late at night. And all of a sudden these habits that you can't have beer and pizza at home. It becomes your norm in college and you start putting weight on. It was simple things done right every day. Now, Daphne lost all that weight, which is why she looks as good as she does now, and she took pride in that process. But I compare those two kids, and it's a wonderful example. If you get up from your desk at work and walk to the other people at work, you're the thin person. And we learn now that working out once a day is not that effective at weight loss. Many of you have experienced this in your own lives. You work out every day like a banshee, and you just can't lose the weight. The reason is, if you work out for a short period of time, you generally, because you worked out, don't think you have to move the rest of the day. So you don't. Right? And then you get hungry because you worked out. So you eat more. So you eat more than you worked off, and you don't move anymore, so now you're really in trouble. As opposed to just moving more and dancing, and these kinds of activities add up to make that difference really quick. Now, the last part of this puzzle about weight loss, but it's also, for me, probably the most underappreciated resource we have, is sleep. So let me spend a little time talking about sleep. I spent most of my life doing cardiac surgery. I still operate 1 day a week on Thursdays, but I used to do 500 open heart operations a year, which is basically every day you're doing as many as you can possibly do, 10 operations, and going full speed through that process. And I wouldn't sleep as much because of that. The number one thing I've learned from doing the show is I had to sleep more. I couldn't be as creative, as sharp, as energetic if I wasn't getting the right sleep. I could get through it, I could muscle my way through it, but I wasn't the same person. The best way to lose weight is to sleep. Because if your brain craves 4 things. Your brain craves sex, sleep, food, and water. You guys figure out sex on your own. But if you don't sleep, you're going to crave food. And guess what food you'll crave? Carbohydrates. It's the reason shift workers have a lower life expectancy than people who don't have shift work. It's a major issue we've got to be able to address in our country because people don't appreciate the value of sleep. It also generates growth hormone.
It's the best way to generate this hormone that we know is responsible for our vitality. Now, growth hormone naturally declines as we get older. You can take shots, they're a couple $100 a piece, and they're uncomfortable, and they might have some side effects that we don't even know about yet, or you get it the natural way by sleeping. So why don't we sleep? We don't sleep for a couple reasons. First, we don't appreciate the role of light. I took this in Beijing last week. When light, historically, with the sun, disappeared, the rays got longer and longer. And when they finally went away, they had sent a signal, because they're deep red and orange rays, to our brain that we should secrete more melatonin. Something called the pineal gland. You know, in Indian culture, Ayurvedic culture, there's a black dot here. Just drill straight back. There's actually an extra eye in your brain there. It's called the pineal gland. It senses light from the sun, but goes through your skull. So it's chameleons use it to change color. It's a really important gland. We don't think about it much, but it's present in us too. If you have darkness around you, that pineal gland secretes melatonin and you fall asleep. So for the last half hour before bedtime, and you should set your alarm clock not for when you get up, but for when you go to sleep. That's when we make the mistakes. Set the alarm clock for 10 o'clock at night, and when it goes off, go to sleep. That's when you should go to bed, if you're getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning. You do the math, whatever that time that is, set the alarm for that. Then turn your lights off about a half an hour beforehand, or just turn them to red lights. You can actually use different kinds of bulbs. And then in the middle of the night, when you get up, don't turn on the lights. Because guess what? When you turn the lights on, your melatonin goes away. So simple little tips like this to nudge the biology of sleep in the right direction allows you to get what you desire. Obviously, bright screens, iPhones, computer screens, TV screens, they're not good for our ability to sleep. Not only do they energize us emotionally, but they also hurt our ability for the brain to secrete melatonin. If you don't make enough melatonin, you've got two choices. I personally love tart cherry juice, which has a low dose of melatonin. You got to take it at the end of the meal that you have at dinner, because it takes about 2 hours for melatonin to get into your bloodstream and into your brain. So a little glass of tart cherry juice is a great solution. Or if you're going to take melatonin, it does work, but you got to take the right amount. Most people take 5 grams, even more melatonin, way too much. Too much melatonin will actually keep you up. You want your melatonin dose to be about 0.5 milligram. It's the smallest dose that can be sold, or take a milligram tablet and break it in half. You want a very small dose taken every single day. In addition, you want loose pajamas. Literally. They got to be loose, or even better, wear no pajamas. It takes care of the sex issue we talked about earlier. Right? No pajamas or loose pajamas, because you don't want to have any confinement. And this is subconscious. You won't think you're confined. But as you're beginning to fall asleep, if it's pulling on your hips, it's not going to let you get into a comfortable position. Speaking of position, you need to sleep the way we position you for anesthesia. You would need to put, either lie on your back with a pillow that supports your head, or get on your side with a pillow between your legs, a body pillow, and one that you can put your arm over, or use your spouse, put your arm over your spouse. That works too, but unless they move. And then that should be how you sleep at night. And you will find that it takes the pressure off your lower back. You won't feel like you got beaten up in a boxing match, a WWF event in the morning, but you also won't get uncomfortable, which will wake you up. Noise is an issue that folks ignore continually, but even subtle amounts of noise. Your pet snoring in the room will disrupt the quality of your sleep. I'm not talking about the quantity. I'm talking about whether you go into deep restorative sleep and then back up into REM sleep. In fact, the biggest culprit may be your cell phone. If your cell phone is within 5 feet of your bed, it's been shown to disrupt your ability to go into deep restorative sleep. So cell phone can be on just 5 feet away from you in order for it not to interfere with your ability to sleep, and turn it upside down. Electric lights, for example, an alarm clock, big no-no, because that subtle little light will keep you awake, and so will any noise that it makes when it clicks. So get one of those old-fashioned clocks that, just next to you, an alarm clock without electricity, and that will actually help you sleep better. By the way, this sounds almost hokey, doesn't it? Except it's been studied. The cell phone industry actually looked at sleep cycles and cell phones. So this stuff has been pretty well vetted. If you're a perfect sleeper, ignore me. But if you're not, and most of you are not, these are important steps for you to take. For ambient noise, I like putting on sound machines, something that you enjoy, or there are ways of soundproofing your existence a little bit. Not having your pet in the room is an example of one that lets you get the sleep that you want. And you want the room cool. The worse you sleep, the colder the room. Start at 68 degrees. Now, if there's a discrepancy between you and your spouse, remember, if you can't sleep at 68, you're going down to 62. So you're making your way down. You're going to see your breath in the room. But oftentimes you can't do that because your spouse can't stand it. So what you do is you put on socks. If your feet are warm, it will let your core body temperature sink.
So it looks nerdy to walk around with just socks on, but it's effective. So put your socks on, then you can sleep at 68 degrees or whatever temperature you all agree on, and you'll be able to get to a cooler space. And they have all kinds of other technologies now. They have cold pillows and mattresses. You can do other things if you want, but I don't want to overcomplicate it. These are techniques that have been shown to work reproducibly. This is called sleep hygiene, and will take you where you want to be. Now, the other thing you got to be able to figure out is the stress, because the stress in your life will not let you sleep. In fact, one of the best barometers of how you deal with stress is how you sleep. So driving to the airport, I got cut off by a car. Now, like many of you, I was angry about that. The guy was reckless in how he drove. So I was angry at him. Anger is normal. Wishing he would die is not. Right? There's a difference. If you're angry, the worst thing to do with someone who's angry is tell them to be calm. Right? Because anger calls for action. So the opposite of anger is not calm. The opposite of anger is empathy. I appreciate that guy may have cut me off. Who knows? Maybe his wife was sick in the back. Maybe he's desperately trying to get to his wife's birth in the hospital. I don't know what's going on, but whatever happened, happened. I'm not happy about it, but having empathy of why it may have happened, thank goodness nothing wrong occurred, is fine. But hostility, if I don't feel like I'm a drop falling into the ocean of humanity, that's a problem. We need to prevent that from being an issue, because feeling isolated is such a huge, huge driver of illness in our society. Any kind of compassion or connectiveness, and I started talking about connectedness, makes a huge difference in our lives. So that's worth keeping in the back of our mind. And that's why often we can sleep at night or not. Same event happens. Are we hostile about it, or are we just angry about it? And we ask ourselves that question, which is why meditation is so effective as a preamble to the restorative sleep that I'm speaking about. This technique, by the way, is really effective. First, you drink the bottle of wine. Right? Then, not alone, hopefully. And then you take the cork, you put it in your mouth. It's like the Italians do. Except you put the cork in there, and you can actually relax your jaw on it. It has enough give to it that actually sort of feels comfortable. And the other thing about this technique is if you're driving along, people won't bother you. But I have these corks in my ashtray, because you shouldn't be using the ashtray because you don't need it, right? And you can put them in your mouth, and it's a very cool technique for almost anything. You have so much tension stored in the masseter muscle, this big jaw. Remember, you have to, when you chew, you generate more force with your jaw than any other part of your body. Your jaw is the only joint that disarticulates. It literally unhinges in order to compress. And that's why you get pain here a lot of times. And headaches are often from pains from cinching your jaw and storing all that tension in there. Now, I mentioned cigarettes earlier. I just want to touch on this for a second since I mentioned ashtrays. The reason I don't tell cigarette smokers to stop smoking is because it doesn't work and because they feel worse about hearing that from me. So when they get anxious, what do? They go smoke. So it actually has the opposite. In fact, all the advertising that we have looked at, the don't smoke advertising, has been shown to actually have the detrimental impact of reminding smokers how incompetent they are. So they actually are reminded to go smoke. It's very insidious, actually. So I don't even pay attention to those ads anymore. I don't think that's how to go. But years ago, I promised myself I would never operate on a smoker. Not because I don't like smokers, but in fact, quite the opposite, because I care about them. And I thought to myself, the only chance I have to get a smoker to stop is before I operate on them. And the only way I'll actually get it to happen is to sit them down with the people in their life who love them, who brought them here, and say, listen, the only thing you have to do is to love yourself as much as these people love you, and you'll stop on your own. And I've never to this day had a patient not be able to stop smoking. They go back and they smoke again sometimes, but often it's after the surgery, so I've gotten them to the critical junction of not getting pneumonia and other problems, but they've also at least gotten a running start at the process. And that actually is all I can ever ask anyone to do for themselves, is to appreciate that it's all about self-esteem. I had a show that I did recently, and I've done, believe it or not, I just finished my 700th show. So I'm entering my 5th season. But when I was still young, and I just did my 100th show, I wanted to celebrate the 100th show with 100 people who had all lost 100 pounds. And I had Richard Simmons on the show. He cries a lot. So I asked these 100 people, because I thought it would be good for the audience at home, I'm going to ask 100 people how they lost 100 pounds, and you'll have 100 different ways of doing it, right? No. They all had the same answer. Imagine that. 100 people all had the same answer. It was self-esteem. It was realizing they were worth it. As soon as they appreciated that it was their body, the temple of their soul they were talking about, it all became easy. It became effortless. They stopped trying to fill that empty void they sensed inside of themselves from being disconnected from life with food, and they began filling it with things that actually fill it, like love. And it made a difference. It sounds so hokey, again, corny to say it, but when they truly had that epiphany, it changed everything. It made the rest of the process easy because it wasn't hard to start with. And I think that's the key. Realizing you're going to make mistakes. You know, again, going back to driving. When you're driving along and you miss your turn, what does the GPS say to you? Does it say, hey, schmuck, right? No, it says, not a big deal. At the next authorized moment, make a U-turn and you're back on track. It's okay. So that's all you have to do. We all make mistakes. We're all like that piece of jade that I spoke about, that my daughters never liked, but would have if it had a little bit of a blemish, a little bit of a defect to it. Because thankfully, you are all messed up just like I am. So when we make mistakes and we can get back on track quickly, we are okay. And it's not a wind sprint anyway. It's a marathon. When you run a marathon, you're going to have good times and bad times in that 26.2 miles. But if you realize that it is a marathon, you just keep trudging along and things will work out. And if you remember at the very core that all you have to do is give your heart a reason to keep beating, it will. And I think that's something that will undertone to all of this. It helps us automate life and make it easier in those dark moments where we're sitting at night, staring at the ceiling rather, because we didn't do the sleep hygiene right. And we ate things we shouldn't have, like that cheesecake, and stuff just isn't quite right for us. We realize there's a lot that is right. And when we focus on that, a lot of those pains dissipate from our life. And we put it all together, and connect with people in a way that's meaningful, it changes that dynamic dramatically, because you can all do it. All right. Thank you very much. Now, we've got about 15 minutes for questions, so I want to take as many as I can. So we've got mics here. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go stand if you don't mind.
All right. All right. Well, I'm going to ask you a question I ask a lot of people. If you had the opportunity to go back in time and spend an hour with somebody, not a relative, not a friend, okay, and there would be no language problem like Michelangelo spoke Italian, who would that be for you and why?
If I had the opportunity to talk to one person in my life, I'd probably pick Leonardo da Vinci. He was the true Renaissance man of Western civilization. I think he had a unique ability to create the future by envisioning it and then providing templates for it to occur. He was an anatomist and a healer for that reason as well, gifted artistically, obviously, but that gift was something that he used for many purposes besides the pure art that he crafted, but he was a man of science as well. And I think we often forget that art and science dance intricately. Think about Einstein. In 1906, he described, again, he was a patent agent in Bern, Switzerland. He sees a train going away from him, and he notices the light that's red is changing and flickering, and he comes up with the whole concept of relativity. But if you think about it, Einstein's basic breakthrough was particle theory and wave theory, right? Well, that idea really wasn't his. That came about from the Impressionist art movement of the 1870s. So art conceptualized the idea of dots becoming pictures and images, which seeded the mind of a brilliant man who became a physicist, which allowed him to reinvent back in ways that have completely changed how we view the world around us. And I think we need more of that marriage. We've too often separated art from science, and it should not be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, I don't see the mics. Yeah, go ahead.
I was wondering, is there different kinds of headaches, and how do you cure them? Because I have migraines, but...
So there are I'm going to say 4 basic headaches. There are headaches caused by illnesses in other parts of your body. They're just sort of a sign to us to look elsewhere. There are headaches that are tension headaches, the most common ones. Jaw clenching is one example, but there are many kinds. You usually have that pain up front. There are migraine headaches, as you mentioned, which are very common, often caused by environmental issues. And then there are things called cluster headaches, which feel like someone took an ice pick through your head. They really hurt. Migraine headaches are the most interesting to me because you ask yourself, how did migraine headaches come about? And migraine headaches, they occur in people who are super sensitive. Now, why would we want people who are super sensitive? In primitive villages, there was probably one person who had a sort of a sixth sense about things, who sort of sensed things that others did not pick up, like an animal waiting in prey or an invading tribe or a weather change. So migraines, although they're a pain in the neck for you, literally, now, they gave you the ability in your ancestors to sense things to help the rest of us out, which is, by the way, the foundation of so many illnesses we have. Diabetes. Why do some people get diabetes more? Having an elevated amount of sugar in your blood actually allows you to avoid freezing your limbs, just like salting the roads. So people who run higher blood sugars naturally have the ability to withstand cold weather so they can survive. Unfortunately, in our environment, it leads to diabetes, which in long term is a problem. That's why women get diabetes when they're pregnant, because your baby will tolerate high blood sugars, but they will not tolerate low blood sugars. So we're better off having the women suffer with a little bit of diabetes during pregnancy than have the child go develop brain issues from periodic times when they're not eating enough, especially if they have morning sickness. Okay, question here.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I read a quote from you that said, if you want to live to be 100, practice Qigong. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about Qigong and what that is and why we should do it and where it comes from.
So Qigong, I touched on a tiny bit earlier. I said when I was in Beijing last week, and in Dalian even more, I saw people doing motions like this. And this wave form that they're doing, and there's all kinds of motions they do, but they fundamentally, in the morning when they first get up, are forcing themselves to do things that are active. And the rhythmicity to this is sort of a dance, but what they're doing really is harvesting their body's energy and using that energy to prepare themselves for the day. Now, we don't acknowledge energy the way that is acknowledged in traditional Chinese medicine. But if you take a cell, what defines life in a cell? What defines life in a cell is the idea that the membrane is keeping energy on the inside and the outside separate. That's what life is. So if you aggregate cells into an organ and put the organ together into a body, well, it should have energy. And in fact, it does. We are now able to measure energy what we couldn't before. On my iPhone, I have a little device that gets me to get EKGs on people. That's a form of energy. But there are much more subtle forms of energy than that. And I think Qigong is a very effective societal-wide tool that can allow us to recapture that energy in the mornings. I'll mention something else too. I have not put this on the show yet, but I'm tempted to. It turns out that when you walk on surfaces that are synthetic, or you have rubber-soled shoes, your body doesn't ground to the earth. Now this sounds as crazy as it comes, except it turns out that leather-soled shoes, walking barefooted, even better, walking on grass, does things to us energetically that actually are measurable. Which is why some folks, when looking at psychological ailments or developmental problems like autism and autism spectrum disorders, this whole outdoor therapy concept actually is gaining some credibility, because part of what's wrong in the developing brain is that when the child's born, the brain has too many neurons, the tree with too many leaves. So the baby and the child has to prune back the branches a little bit so that it can focus on several outshoots, so they can actually begin to make decisions and formulate thoughts. If too many leaves remain, it clouds their vision. Too many incoming sensi confuse them, and they start to watch the clock go around. They start to pace. That's why they do that, to try to develop some kind of regimen in their life. Grounding is one of these things that's being thrown out there is potentially effective. Try it next time you feel down. Just walking outside barefooted on grass. And again, I haven't had it on because I think people look at it and say, what the heck is going on here? But we actually have enough data. We have a medical unit that collects information from pretty hard science stuff. They actually have been pushing me to do this show. So I think I might do it one moment. But it will come back to that Tai Chi concept. Question over here. Does avocado protect your kidney? So you know the word avocado is an Aztec word. Do you know what it means? It means testicle. Because they grow in pairs. One is lower than the other, and they're gritty. So they're shaped like testicles. They're very rich. Does that answer your question? No. They have a richness of omega-3s, and they're one of the best plant sources of omega-3 fats. And for that reason, they're anti-inflammatory at its very core. Anything that is anti-inflammatory in your body will reduce stress on your kidneys. So I wouldn't argue that they're specifically designed to protect your kidneys, but they definitely are more helpful to your kidneys than most other foods that you would eat. You're welcome. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Dr. Oz.
How
My
are
name
you?
is Eva. I'm a health coach and nutrition expert. And I would like to know your opinion about nutrition, medications, and mental health.
So let's talk about medications and mental health first to get started. Let me put one number out there. The Institute of Medicine, which is one of the most respected bodies of scientists and specialists in this country, published recently a piece that argued that we should never be on more than 6 medications. If you're on more than 6 medications, the chance of having a drug-drug interaction is about 50%, really high. So how do you keep down from that? Well, you have to pick out the medications that don't really have that much of an impact. Deepak, who's wandering around back there, who's a real mentor of mine, I just heard him say for an interview we were doing that 80% of the medications that are used in this country don't have the impact that's what you would expect. You know, the borderline benefit, I'll say. And one of the best examples are antidepressants. So depression, if you think about it, is a call for action. You're depressed because your life's not right. So it forces you, because it makes you uncomfortable, to change your life. People do their most creative work when they're depressed sometimes, because they're forced to think outside of the current box that they're in. Antidepressants primarily work to deaden the sense that we have to the world around us. It numbs us. It works, these drugs, when you're so depressed you can't move, because the medications will allow you to move again because it doesn't hurt so much mentally. But for mild and moderate depression, a big paper just published looking at all the trials, all the data that's been out there, very borderline benefit. In fact, certainly not nearly as effective as talk therapy, which is calling your psychologist or psychiatrist or your mother, but talking to somebody about what's wrong with you is because that's forcing you to deal with real things, as opposed to numbing you from dealing with those real things. So I think we need to be much more bullish. Statin drugs, another example. Statin drugs are life-saving when used correctly. People who've had heart problems, people who have evidence of heart problems, or big risk factors for them, completely support them. But if you give the average person who doesn't have a lot of those risk factors or evidence of heart problems statin drugs, you have to give 160 people a pill for the rest of their life to save one person's life. Right. Is that really worth it? If it's the only pill I'm taking, maybe I'll do it. If I'm on 5 pills already, I'm not going to make that my 6th pill. Thank you for the question.
What about nutrition?
Well, if you walk into a grocery store, you're walking into a pharmacy. I mean, the power of foods are clear to most anybody who's used them for medicinal purposes. I speak about that a lot on the show for that reason. And as an example for depression, the question about avocados comes into bear because omega-3 fats are clearly demonstrated to be beneficial to some types of depression. Postpartum depression, for example. 60% of our brain cells are made of omega-3 fats. So if you don't have the right substrate to build new neurons to help you deal with stressful events, you can't keep up. So they took cab drivers in London, and they had these actors ride in the back of the cab. And as they were driving around, the actors would yell out things to the cab driver, rude things to the cab driver. And the cab drivers would get irate, and they were monitored. You can see how irritated they were. They gave these cabbies sardines every day for a month. Put the actors, different actors, back in the backs, remonitored them, very blunted response. So as complicated as job it is finding roads in a city with no angles, no obvious way of finding a way around, with an angry, irate customer, it helped them, and it will help you as well. It's the first-line therapy I use for depressed people, is to give them omega-3 fats. Great, thank you. Yes, good question in the back. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Oz, my name is Mellon Thomas. I really appreciate the work you've done to raise health consciousness in America. Could you explain to us a little bit about ATP process and what enhances it and what defeats it?
So ATP are the energy brick building blocks of the body. And we make them normally when we metabolize foods the normal way. There's some conditions, I'll speak about fibromyalgia maybe and chronic fatigue syndrome, because in those conditions there's a short circuiting of the energy of the body, and we think part of that process is occurring, whatever the fundamental cause may be, whether it's a virus or some environmental issue, but the short circuiting is happening and affecting how we make these energy building blocks. So one of the tools that actually I was taught by a physician who had very bad fibromyalgia, Jacob Teitelbaum, was to use something called D5 ribose. D5 ribose looks and tastes like sugar, but it's not sugar. Instead, is a building block for this ATP that I'm talking about. And for that reason, we believe it could help people who have fibromyalgia or chronic fatigue syndrome make more of these energy building blocks in their body. You use it in place of sugar. You put it in your tea or your coffee. You scoop it into things. And it tastes very similar, but it does not have the caloric load that regular sugar does. Thanks for the question. Yes, ma'am. Oh, where's the mic? There it is. Go ahead.
I had 2 questions, if that's all right. One
I'm
is,
just going to ask one only because there's a lot of folks to get
then
through.
Then it's regarding the depression. You had said that most medicine doesn't work for depression. I've been on antidepressant medication for approximately 40 years. Isn't it a brain, the serotonin, they don't connect, that's what I have been told.
So this argument for antidepressants, the SSRIs, the serotonin reuptake inhibitors, was that it enhanced your body's ability to make serotonin in the brain. The problem with that argument that I think most psychiatrists now agree to be true is that it can't possibly work through serotonin by itself, because it's correlated with too many other factors. Too many other things are happening, and sometimes the benefits happen before serotonin could have shifted off. So my personal belief is that they do work, and just to be clear on what I'm saying, it's not that they don't work, they do work, but is it really worth it, and is that the first line therapy? When given by a psychiatrist to a well thought through process of treatment, and with the understanding that it should be designed for short-term use as a crutch, with the hope of getting off it one day, recognizing that depression is a lifelong problem, and some people have a bigger problem than others with it, but it should be designed that way, that it's, again, short-term and for people who really need it. For the average mild depressed person who goes to their GP, they should not be getting a prescription for a antidepressant pill. They should be getting a prescription for a consultation with a psychologist or other kinds of emotional support to help them cope with that. And what's a bigger issue for me with kids, because if you give kids the belief that they're born deficient, then whether or not you think it's right or not, you're going to walk away with the belief that you have to be on a pill to live your life normally, and that's not the case. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you for joining our local community. I'm thrilled to experience this momentum, and I would like to ask the audience and you as well, how do we keep this momentum in our San Francisco Bay Area community? If you have some ideas. We need to bring holistic medicine into our hospitals. And now I have a real personal question. My doctor, Paul Lin, is sitting on the stage, and when I was hit by a drunk driver, suddenly a heart attack took place in my life at a very uncommon age. Dr. Paul Lin ordered tests that involved hormones because heart disease is linked to stress. But when I came to my Kaiser cardiologist, I asked my doctor to repeat DHEA test, and the response to that was, what is DHEA? I don't know how we can solve this problem. Should we be solving this problem? I don't know if you can give a perfect answer, but I have such an amazing panel. I am very tempted to ask.
Dr. Lin, you can address it if you want, but you take care of her daughter, right?
No, it's her. She was done by herself. No, what I was going to say, what you're doing is, we have two, it's as if we're swimming in an ocean of life. We have two currents that are seemingly very different. There's the kind of the alternative medicine, and there's the allopathic medicine. They're gradually coming together. In other words, it's happening anyway. Nothing will stop it from integrating. It's going to occur. And when you have an accident, the hormones are part of it, but then there's also disruption of the pituitary, the amygdala, the fear mechanism in the body. So it's a very, very complex, if you start to study it in terms of specific biochemistry, but if you start to work on it on individual methods, like what I do in my office, again, I mentioned magnesium is a wonderful supplement. That's the beginning, and there's everything from talking to exercise to magnesium. So thank you.
My training is in endocrinology, so I can answer your question. The mistake that we can make, though, is always think in terms of isolated hormones, because these are hormones, your body behaves like a symphony, and the function of all these hormones is to restore homeostasis. Now we know a lot about dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, opiates, he mentioned growth hormone, insulin, the adrenal hormones, cortisol, the stomach hormones, ghrelin, leptin, so on. But the fact is, when you interfere with one, you also disrupt the whole symphony. There's no better way to restoring hormone balance than lifestyle, because your lifestyle affects all of them as a symphony. Do you see what I'm saying? So if you get enough sleep, if you exercise, if you meditate, if you take the right nutrition, if you have emotional balance, all these hormones that I mentioned, serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin, they're influenced by your moods also. So if you're feeling love, compassion, joy, empathy, equanimity, it's not just these hormones. They interact with the others. So don't think DHE, of course, goes down as we age, and DHE elevation is anti-aging, but it's influenced more by lifestyle than looking at these things in isolation.
Beautifully stated. In the very back, there's a question.
Dr. Oz, I'm a local chiropractor, and we see a lot of people, a lot of patients who are on statin medication and for like many years, and their cholesterol levels are getting down to below 160. You know, our biggest concern is dementia and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's as possible side effects, especially with this epidemic we're having in the country right now with dementia. When does it get to the point where you could safely recommend, okay, enough's enough, we got to get you off the statin and take something else like maybe some vitamin D3 to decrease the inflammation of the body, keep the cholesterol low, and especially CoQ10 because they're depleted of it with their statin. Do you have any recommendation as to what dosage of each or what you would do elsewise?
So I'll throw some ideas out, but I'd love to hear from the panel as well. As a cardiac specialist, I think that there are other ways of helping us with cholesterol, but the first step is to figure out what's really wrong with our cholesterol. So total cholesterol is irrelevant. It doesn't matter what your total cholesterol is. It matters how you carry the cholesterol. So if I were to punch a hole in this wall back here and think of that as your blood vessel, I'd have to fix that hole. So I can fix it with high quality HDL cholesterol, which is the kind that's so smooth I can't tell there was a hole made. Or I'll use cheap spackling, a lousy LDL cholesterol kind of material that literally crumbles out with any kind of stress. It's that latter that we worry about. Now, most of the data we have would argue that if you're asymptomatic and otherwise healthy, you could tolerate cholesterol, LDL cholesterol levels up to the 130 range. Most people, if there's any hint of a problem, will want to get you down towards 100 or even towards 70, depending on which data set you look for. I get very worried about not having enough cholesterol in the body because you need it to make brain cells. And you mentioned some of the symptoms that clearly happen. Dementias have been over and over again correlated with being on statins with a very aggressive treatment of your cholesterol numbers. Again, it's a significant penalty to pay unless it's a real benefit on the other side. I think vitamin D makes a lot of sense. In the wintertime, you make vitamin D from cholesterol. So when the sun hits your skin, it converts cholesterol to vitamin D. So if you don't have enough vitamin D, in the wintertime we don't in America, our average national cholesterol number goes up in the wintertime in order to give us more of the precursor. So whatever little bit of sun hits our skin, we convert it to vitamin D. So vitamin D makes sense. We'll take away that stimulus. And most importantly, losing a little bit of belly fat, which has a dramatic impact on the mixture of lousy versus healthy cholesterol. Combine that with some activity, and usually in most people, they don't have to be on a statin drug. One last point about coenzyme Q10. I think most people on statin drugs should be on coenzyme Q10, especially if they have any kinds of muscle aches and pains, for the reason you stated. Anything to add? Did I miss anything?
Actually, how much would you recommend on the CoQ10?
Well, again, just just the way you're asking the question brings up what Deepak was saying. We have to be careful in natural medicine or holistic medicine or allopathic medicine not to use. Our minds have a nasty little habit of starting to break down mysteries into small compartmentalized objects or concepts, and hopefully we can grasp it and make use of that. And there's some value in that, but we have to be careful that we don't take that as reality. The reality is the body is a mystery. The body's, again, we don't really know where the body ends and where our environment starts. With the electron microscope, you wouldn't see a separation between the body and any of us in this room. So we were, it's very humbling that we're still, some reason, in a role in society as a doctor to do something of value, do something of positiveness, and without going back to this wisdom that Dr. Chopra was talking about, you really can get lost in the woods. And that's one of the ways is people start to they forget that we're using statins or red yeast rice to suppress a very important nutrient for our nervous system. Of course we're going to get side effects at some point. And then we have to weigh the balance, the good and the bad with doing that. But we are going to get side effects. when we start to interfere with one, when we have to move from holistic view of the body to the compartmentalization. We have to do it to some degree. And surgery is a good example of that because it does good. But we have to also keep in mind the whole picture. Thank you.
How many people here sprinkle the statin drugs on their kielbasa before they eat them? That is pretty common, actually. It's not quite, not kielbasa, but they'll sprinkle, they'll take their statin as they eat their steak and pizza. Yeah, but that's another holistic approach, not the one we're talking about.
There is some epidemiological data to show that Alzheimer's particularly, but also other forms of dementia are less common in societies that don't have access to anything that comes in a can or with a label. In other words, their food comes from natural sources. And societies which use a lot of spices like curry powder, curcumin, is anti-inflammatory. And there are a couple of very good studies done in India compared to, say, Los Angeles. Also, there are studies that show that in animals, curcumin, which is part of the curry powder, will actually decrease inflammation. There are resins like gugulu in Ayurveda that decrease cholesterol as well. As Dr. Oz was saying, the major cause of cholesterol is not really your food, it's other factors. Only 5% of our genes are fully penetrant when it comes to diseases. The rest are influenced by the quality of your life. So 95% of your genes, believe it or not, are influenced by the quality of your life. There are 500 genes that code for inflammatory reactions in the body, and 500 to 600 genes can be upregulated just by lifestyle, the things that we spoke about earlier. So the idea that our genes are predictable, now people are talking, just as they spoke about neuroplasticity, they're talking about genetic plasticity or genetic indeterminism, okay, which unless you have a fully mutated gene for a very specific cardiomyopathy, or even in Alzheimer's, there are over 100 genes that predispose you to Alzheimer's. Only 3 of those are actually fully penetrant. The rest are influenced by lifestyle.
Yes, if I may say a word or two about this. You know, what we're talking about here for me, and I think for many of us here, is the change takes place little at a time. There's so much that everyone is giving us here today. It's not going to happen overnight. Even the idea that how do you change doctors at maybe some hospital as opposed to going to an integrative medical doctor, how do you change that? It's not a matter of changing, it's a matter of everyone going towards total health, total well-being, making sure that what we put in, remember, is good for us all the time. Not easy to do. We make mistakes, Dr. Oz said, we'll make mistakes. But the idea is to go towards it, actually chase it. Because if you do, you will get what you need. You will get it, I promise you. I'm one of those people. I got what I needed, but I had to chase it. Next question.
Over here.
While modern medicine has obviously done some marvelous things, it's also the provision of the services generates a lot of landfill waste, single-use disposables, toxic chemicals, overuse of antibiotics and things like that. Do you have any views about the relationship between the environment in general and our own well-being?
There you go. Tom?
Oh, no, I'm not the guy. I think
You know, again, the standard argument in medicine always, or the way we were trained, there's nature and there's nurture. There's genetics, there's epigenetics. There's a biological organism and there's environment. It's artificial. You know, the environment is recycling as your body. The air is your breath. The earth is recycling as the physical molecules of your body. The rivers and waters are your circulation. So why do we call it the environment? It's totally, the environment is our body. You can't exist without it. So as we create, and I know this is very controversial, but in theory, genetically modified foods are screwing up the environment. So they're going to recycle as messed up ecological system in your body. Or insecticides, we say insecticide, pesticide, which means it's supposed to kill an insect, right? Well, 99% of your DNA you share with those insects. So if it's going to kill an insect, why is it not going to kill you? And these processed foods are actually petroleum products. They're related to Agent Orange, same stuff. And we take this as a given. It's now part of our food industry. It's not going to change till lobbyists in Washington and congressmen are influenced by what is really happening, because there's so much money involved in this industry of processed food.
Deepak, I will take one part of this, and this has to do with message. The message is, and maybe I'm plugged into this a little bit more, maybe blindness has something to do with it. But if you add up the way the senses send information to us, it's real clear about who we are and where we're going. I've been a fitness nut all my life, and learning to read your own body, understanding the information that it's clearly sending about what you're eating, about toxin questions, about the environment, about exercise versus rest, we're really discussing balance. And the conversation, the danger in a conversation like we've had today is that this audience will sit out here and think, well, it's going to be easy. It frankly isn't. No. This is the overall concept of health is hard work, and it's discipline, and it's engagement, and it's participation first and foremost, because you need to be self-ish, not just selfless. You've got to decide that, I think, Dr. Oz, you noted it, you've got to decide that you have meaningful value. And I think for me, the entire life search has been about saying, you know what, higher power, I'm here for a reason. Mm-hmm. And that reason's valid, and it's okay to be selfish about reading the tea leaves or the signs of the body and defining your own sense of self-worth, and then committing to it, whether it's in appropriate eating or aggressive exercise or relationships with those you love. I do think, I know I'm leaning toward the holistic, but I do think that I was concerned today as I listened that a lot of you might walk out of here and think, okay, there's a system that's going to work. I think the system that has to work starts with us, inside out, not outside in.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very, very much, all of you. These very, very nice speakers. I have seen you with Dr. Oz on his television program, but I was so glad to be here, and I'm sure everybody here is. My question is, contrary to many people, I have a higher amount of potassium, so most of the foods that I like to eat are poison for me. So do you have any ideas on how to lower my potassium? And are there any books, Dr. Oz, or any of you, in other languages? Because I speak Spanish and other languages, and I would love to see your books in those languages.
Elevated potassium in isolation is I mean, what you're describing, I don't have more information other than you have elevated potassium, but you have to look at kidney function and the kidney function, the adrenal, the hormones that are produced by the adrenal that are not often studied. I would suggest you get a workup by an endocrinologist, and if there isn't a way to correct the problem once you have that data, you could see someone like myself or someone who has an affinity to working in the natural arena with these issues. So that's my suggestion. First get, if you haven't had it yet, get a full panel of adrenal cortical hormones done, like aldosterone and things like that. So,
And I think most of our books are in Spanish, so you have fun with those as well.
Thank you. That's good.
Where's the mic now? Where do they hide? There you are, in the back.
Hi, I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia about 1.5 years ago. Since then, I've seen 3.5 rheumatologists, and it seems that some of the pain can go away medically with medicine, but everyone says there's no cure for it, and there's really a not very well understood definition of it. So I'd like to hear from the panel a good definition for fibromyalgia and if it can be cured. Everyone says it cannot be cured, but I'd really like it to be cured because I don't like living in pain and my feet hurt, and my legs, my arms. Thank you, that's my question.
What's a half a rheumatologist?
I started seeing the third rheumatologist, and he lifted my leg, and it made this huge pain shooting down my left side of my leg. And he said, well, that's more important than your fibromyalgia. He sent me to a spine specialist, and a month ago I found out I have a cyst between my L4 and L5 vertebrae, which caused a lot of pain. Subsequent, I had to go to Chicago, and it was horrible. I was in agony for 3 days until I finally got to see a spine doctor. So he never really saw me.
He's only half a rheumatologist.
So I can say from my experience that your dilemma is very common because we do not have a good definition, and fibromyalgia fits many, many symptoms, and they come from diverse sources. At our center, we try something called Panchakarma, if you know about it. It's the 5 actions to detox the body, and sometimes we're lucky in that the patient responds, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah, with fibromyalgia, again, it's something, as Deepak is saying, is very common, and it's not well defined, but it's defined enough to get a handle on it, and it can be helped. I mean, that's something that we do in my office quite a bit, and it's hard to go into the whole issue of it here, but creating more alkalinity in your body, addressing kind of a low-grade autoimmune phenomena that's taking place, and using, specifically, again, things like phosphatidylserine and turmeric and magnesium. So
If I give you some
that's
confidence,
a general.
besides seeing Dr. Lin here, about 5 years ago, I guess, fibromyalgia was not accepted as a disease. It was not a diagnosis we were allowed to make. You couldn't send a bill for it. No major academic center would acknowledge that it was real. It was because of people like you and others in the audience who kept saying, no, I'm not crazy. I was perfectly fine 3 years ago, then X happened, now I'm like this, that we actually got a diagnosis, which is the first step to treating a problem. You have to be able to put a name on it. So I do think functional medicine and the kinds of things Dr. Lin are talking about are where you should be going, but do not lose confidence. We will have a solution, whether it's a virus or something else. That cyst might have stimulated a process that led to the rest of this, but your body's shorted out, it's short-circuited. We will find a way of rebooting it. We'll find the circuit breaker for it. You have been silent because no one's asked you a question, so once you extemporaneously answer the question you should have been asked.
Oh, so you all want to know about Dr. Oz, Deepak Chopra, and everybody else up here. Well, it's okay, gentlemen. I'm not going to reveal any secrets.
We try.
But did you note how Dr. Oz kept touching me on my shoulder? That's typical of the low-set eyebrowed men. They're very touchy people.
They're too low?
Oh no, they're perfect. They're the movie star features, And he's got this very tenacious chin. Do you see that? How much it protrudes? I'm going to do it no matter what. And then the next person, yes, he questions everything. Prove it to me, yeah.
Question thyself, I guess we can say.
And then you analyze it to death.
And that's what we have to continue to break down our own concepts so we can maybe get in touch with a little bit of wisdom.
Question to death, I love it. What about Deepak?
Deepak, yes. Oh, you have to take off your glasses. You have to take off your glasses.
Whoa.
Oh, he's got these very deep set eyes, so very serious about what he does. You know, he takes the world on his shoulders, but fortunately he's got some humor there, so that's good.
Okay, so this is really important. I can't see, so you can't read. It doesn't do anything. Actually, I got into this conversation with my wife the other day about whether I had any facial expression.
You have plenty.
Yeah.
You have plenty.
But this is fascinating because I sat out listening to this lovely lady this morning and thinking, I could fool her, boy.
So diagnose Tom, what would you say about him?
Well, he's certainly very creative. He has a lot of imagination. Sometimes gets carried away with it, but that's okay.
You should have been pestering her with questions, not us. Eleanor, I want to thank you very much for being the passion and the will and all those things we're talking about that kids have. You still have them. God bless you.
Right, thank you very much. I'm going to take this opportunity to say once again, join us in helping the children in the schools. Join us, call me. We can do our medical clinics there. You have no idea how many lives we save. Our medical clinics, even in the general medical clinics with the Daily Journal, they're everywhere. And I'll tell you something, we caught the first typhoid, and that's no kidding. So we're the first line. You come to us, we'll take care of you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.